people without brains do an awful lot of talking, don't they?
Yeah, just imagine how much talking we're going to do for this podcast.
It might be a hefty load because we, ladies and gentlemen, well, first off, thank you. Welcome to Cheap Seat Critics Podcast. We are in season 8 with a new theme coming at you of I believe the title we finally settled on was Decades, where it's 10 episodes of each decade from the 30s up to present of one film per decade.
The behind-the-scenes content for this decade was a mess.
It's a big one. With me today, we have, off to the left,
Hello, everybody. I'm a geeky writer.
I'm cruising around.
and I'm Sprinks. And we are covering, for the 30s, The Wizard of Oz. Now, I'm sure some of you will fight and bicker and comment and maybe an insult here or there of why do we choose this movie? Why is this in the 40s? Why is this in the 90s? Well, we have something in the back, some supplemental content. We don't know if it'll come out or how it'll come out, if it comes out, of a whole discussion of why we chose what we chose and our own argument over it. So, you can take it up if you want, but we do have that backup just in case of explaining.
Yeah, there was a lot of deliberation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. It was, I want to say, almost 5 hours of just discussing what's going to be what. And we all came with our own lists and everything. Oh, it was hefty. But what I can give is the runner-ups that we had for the 30s, with Wizard of Oz, of course, being number 1 we have. In second place, we have Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And in third place, we have Gone with the Wind.
Yeah. So, sorry that didn't get covered, but, Wizard of Oz is probably more impactful.
We're not saying they won't ever be covered. We're just saying that this is what we settled with for this season.
And not necessarily every pick we did is representative of the decade. It's just what we wanted to cover for it.
Yeah.
Yes. There is one decade later down the line that I'll pick at, but yes.
Yeah. Did we actually? And this is probably covered in our supplemental content, but we talked about why we didn't go start with the 20s, right? That was
mostly
I don't remember.
Sprinks is doing a little bit. I don't know if it was covered in the supplemental content.
All right.
Yeah, you can put blame on me. Maybe I was confused and I just went with 30s and didn't have 20s written on my list or something.
Yeah, so the logic we went with, we're currently in a decade, so we're starting from covering the 2020s, even though they're not done yet.
Yeah, a decade that only has 3 years of film to choose. So a little cheating, but I'll go with her.
Sorry. Sorry, go on.
Go good. Didn't mean to step on your toes. I'll begin with the social thing we go with. So thank you for listening, and if you could share the podcast with those you think would enjoy it, your mom, your dad, your siblings, if you have them, friends, grandparents, that one guy at 7-Eleven who always stares at you when you get the icy machine too full. Your
neighbor up the street,
your neighbor down the street. Anyway, we're at Cheap Seat Critics over on TikTok and Instagram, but if you remove that S at the end for just Cheap Seat Critic is Twitter, and we are Cheap Seat Critics Podcast over on Facebook, as well as youtube.com/@Cheap Seat Critics if you'd like to see a slideshow of whatever we're covering at the time and our little PNG tubers we have. And we also have a letterbox if you're interested in more of the averaged out ratings that we do. All right, I think that takes care of that. I guess I'll begin with the facts before history of the film.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh boy. So I'll say this, I had 9 facts to start, and then I was up an extra hour and a half last night, and I got another 10. So we're at 19 fun facts.
It's an old movie. It's got quite a storied history at this point, right?
I'm sure we'll all learn something.
Strap in, you're in for a bumpy ride.
So the initial release date of the film was August 25th, 1939. The runtime at the time was 1 hour and 52 minutes. The budget for the film was 2.8 million USD, which is incredibly high for at the time.
Yep.
And it was kind of considered a flop because its box office in 1939 was 2.7 million USD. So it didn't hit the budget.
Yeah, they forgot to market it. I guess there was no marketing budget back then.
It could be.
We have a movie in color. Please see it. I would have thought would have been enough. It's not.
It's rated G, and its genre is fantasy/musical.
Sorry,
It's well, its credited director is Victor Fleming, who left production to go direct Gone with the Wind. He is also known of doing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and Joan of Arc, which I believe Joan of Arc was his last film he did.
I think I saw that.
And now into the fun facts. They are in no particular order. I kind of just put them in willy-nilly. I found them on the internet and fact-checked with an actual person I would consider an expert of Wizard of Oz. So take it all with a grain of salt. The other 4 directors after Fleming were never credited for the film.
That's rough.
There was 5 directors.
That's rough. Sounds like a
popular.
Sorry.
No, go on.
It sounds like a modern Marvel production where they just bring in a bunch of different people on the same project.
Yeah.
Well, this one, pieced together well.
You'd want to be credited.
Oh yeah. Popularity for the film didn't occur till the re-release of the film in 1956 when it was telecast. That's when it brought in a lot of audience and viewers to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Kind of hand in hand, The Wizard of Oz is the most viewed film in history.
Yeah, that makes sense because telecast was
Been
just
around for a while.
Yeah, telecast was just becoming a big thing, and this is an easy one, like home. This is an easy movie to take home, more or less, show the whole family, that sort of thing. So that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Dorothy's hair change throughout the film is because of reshoots that were done after the filming, or initial filming.
All right.
So it was not laziness in the parts of when it occurred. It was just reshoots. The tornado in the film was actually a 35-foot long muslin stocking spun around with dust and dirt.
I'm glad I know. I had that written down in my notes. Is how did they do this whole tornado bit?
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Because it looked pretty good.
That's awesome. That's fucking awesome.
In Variety's inaugural Top 100 Movies of 2022, Wizard of Oz is listed as number 2.
Behind what?
Psycho got number 1.
Okay.
It's the first film to go from sepia tone to Technicolor.
Yeah.
Judy Garland. Oh.
No. Yeah. I'm just sorry. I'm just commenting. Yeah. I think that's right. I'm just running through my head all the other movies that I know from that time period. That would make the most sense. So.
Judy Garland had a diet of black coffee, broth soups, and up to 80 cigarettes a day.
That's the witch, right?
Nope, that's Dorothy.
That's Dorothy.
That's Dorothy. Holy shit.
It was to keep her active and awake and looking spry and youthful.
Talk about taking a toll on your body as an actor.
Yeah.
Well, plus the actress got stuck with like a drug addiction at some point, right?
Yes, it was nicotine and caffeine addiction.
Oh.
Was caused through this. The Cowardly Lion's costume was made of real lion skin.
Oh.
So that's why it looks so real.
Yeah. I think this is probably the most famous fact that everyone knows. The snow in the poppy scene was made of asbestos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toto's real name is Terry, even though he's credited in the credits as Toto.
Yeah, interesting.
Someone filled at their job.
The horses in Emerald City were colored with Jello, which they kept trying to lick off.
All right.
The people who applied it tried to lick it off, right? The way you phrased it.
Maybe. I didn't write that rest of the fact, but maybe. The Tin Man's oil was actually chocolate syrup.
Pretty liquidy syrup.
Toto reportedly earned $125 per week of filming, but each Munchkin actor only got paid $50.
They were all drunk.
A majority. I
And
might butcher this
harassed
name.
her.
I might butcher this name here. Adrina Caselotti, or Caselotti, who plays the voice of Snow White in Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, has a cameo in this film where she says, "Wherefore out there, Romeo?" She was paid $35 for this.
That's kind of funny.
Right.
The film was nominated for 6 Oscars, but lost Best Picture to Gone with the Wind. The film did win Oscars for Best Original Score and Best Original Song. This next fact is the one that I didn't know and blew my mind. The Cowardly Lion was originally going to be played by the real-life MGM lion.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
That would have been
What
funny.
a nightmare to film that. How would they do that?
With a real lion? I don't know.
That would have changed the film.
Yeah,
And
you would have gotten a better character.
Ooh, shots fired across the bow already.
Speaking about the Cowardly Lion, the last fact I have here is there were 2 people, I didn't find the names, but 2 people whose sole job was to dry out the Cowardly Lion's costume every night. It would apparently reeked because Bert Lahr sweated so much in the 90 or 100-pound costume under 100-degree lights on set.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
They had a similar issue with the Evil Dead movie. Darn it! I forgot the mom's name.
Well, unfortunately,
Henrietta.
Sinister's not. Oh, okay. I'm like, Sinister could answer that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. There's a scene where you could see sweat pouring out of the ear hole in the costume.
That's kind of
fun.
Brutal.
And that's all the facts. So let's go ahead with history. Let's start with Crimson here. Crimson, what's your history with the Wizard of Oz?
All right. Well, I've seen a lot of nods and references to this through a lot of different movies and shows. And I've seen this maybe 3 or 4 times, but 3 of those, if it was 4, was in elementary school. Last time I saw this was probably 4th or 5th grade, which was a long time ago because I'm a big burly man now. It was over a decade. It was quite a long time ago at this point. I was surprised when watching this how much I did remember. And yeah, there you go. History done. I dressed up as a Scarecrow for Halloween 1 year.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Sure. All right, Ryder, we'll go with your history.
All right. So this is a movie that I was shown quite obsessively as a child. I used to know a couple of the songs by heart as well, including the main one, which is We're Off to See the Wonderful Wizard of Oz. And like Crimson, I've seen this referenced in the media all over the years, and the movie has a sort of fairy tale aspect to it now. The story itself is very fairy tale like. It's got its own modern mythos, as it were. But yeah, so it's been a long time since I've seen this movie. Because I think the last time I saw it, I must have been, I think it was before I turned 10. I think legitimately it was one of the last times I saw the movie. And I remember, I know I was shown this obsessively as a kid. So I've seen it a lot, and I haven't seen it since then. And what I have seen has just been like I've been hearing the music in another room, or I've been just passing through a room with what was on and I was doing something else. So I haven't really sat down to fully watch it again until this podcast. But it's very iconic, and also it probably helped with having the whole obsessive childhood thing with the movie. Is that I could always pick it out uh, when I hear it. Um, but I'm quite surprised that the how well this movie has aged, and that it's aged fairly well. Um, it's got its problems for sure, but I think that's pretty much it for my history. I was kind of happy to watch it again. Pleasantly surprised.
Gotcha. I guess I'll go with my history. Boy, I'll try to keep it brief. My mom. This is her it's tied. This is one of her favorite movies, or not. It is her favorite movie, tied with another one. So I grew up with Wizard of Oz a lot, and I've seen this movie too many times to count. I definitely have seen it more recently than two of you. I believe I've seen this in theaters.
I didn't realize you were that old.
Okay, I didn't see it in theaters. I saw it in theaters on a re-release. Not in 1939. I don't have a time machine. Sorry, I should clarify for Crimson here. I also
I'm missing a brain. I need clarification.
Yeah, I also went. Well, I went as the Tin Man for Halloween once. I kind of know all the songs. I don't. I know a lot of quotes. I would not say I can quote the whole film. Yeah, I think it's a very whimsical, magical movie, and I've seen it too many times to count. All right, so that's history of the film, and then unless the two of you have anything else before we begin.
I do.
Well, okay.
Something I'm surprised you didn't mention during your facts, actually.
I guess the fact I didn't have, or maybe I know.
Well, there were 3 songs that were cut out of this, but were filmed, and in its entirety and choreographed and stuff. All of which the footage is gone, but they still have the audio for it. Were you aware of these at all?
I was aware that songs were cut. I believe I knew there were 3 of them. I did not know that audio still existed.
And there was a song, "The Witch is Dead," which happens right after she dies with her goons. I forgot what they were called, even though you just said it before the podcast.
Winky Guards.
So they had a song celebrating her death. There was a song called "The Jitterbug,"
Yes.
and it was a mosquito that stung the cast, causing them to dance in the enchanted forest, whatever it was, where Dorothy got kidnapped. And there was another song of "Over the Rainbow" when Dorothy was captured, where she's just by herself singing it to a piano. There was also
a piano or piano background.
I think it was an actual piano she was playing while singing.
Well, that would be weird then, that the Wicked Witch has like a piano in her castle.
Yeah, she's artsy. That's fine.
And the Scarecrow's first song was way longer. That one actually has footage. I watched that. Glad they cut it.
Oh,
it was so extra. He's flying through the air. He gets knocked in the air with a pumpkin, bounces off of fences. It's really out there. A crow steals his straw, and he has to chase it down.
Huh. I don't know if I've seen that before.
It's out there.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that. Ryder, did you have anything else?
I do not.
All right. So in that case, we will begin with the film. The structure today is going with linear popcorn. So we'll start at the beginning and kind of can just go back and forth until we get to the end.
All right.
And hopefully that helps out writer with the slideshow part.
And we'll see.
I'll actually begin with something that I caught. Well, I knew of it, so I guess I caught it by watching it still. In the beginning, when the credits are rolling, and it says The Wizard of Oz, and then it fades next to with, and then lists the actors and actresses. Does anyone notice the name that's missing?
I didn't read it.
Or weird that it's not there?
Nope.
No.
No. Okay, so you have pretty much the whole cast, and then at the end, under Charlie Grapewind, who I believe is Uncle Henry, under that it says "and the Munchkins." Clara Blandick, who plays Annie M, is not credited at the beginning of the film, but is credited at the end.
Well, at least she's credited, I guess.
True, but I believe she has a bigger role than Uncle Henry.
This is true.
Well, you'll hear a dispute from me on that one.
So that's just something caught right there at the beginning. Let's go on to writer.
All right. One thing that it's been so long since I've seen the movie, I actually completely forgot we met all the quote unquote characters at the farm in the beginning. So
Yes.
I had to, and once we were introduced to them over the course of the film, and at the end it was like, oh, it's them. It was one of those kind of like come back to revelation, I suppose. I don't know why, just never noticed as a kid.
I'm glad that's something you notice now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty thick seeing it as
That
an
is
adult.
Yeah, it's a much more layered movie as an adult, that's for sure.
I believe that's Hunk, Zeke, and Hickory are the names of the three, and then Annie M and Uncle Henry aren't characters in Oz. And then you have Mrs. Gulch and Professor Marvel.
Professor Marvel.
I believe those are all the ones that are in Oz.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I'm sure it was caught then by you, writer, and Grimson, that the conversations of their introduction at the beginning are hinted to their characters in Oz, such as Hunk talks about brains and straw, Zeke brings up courage before Dorothy falls into the pig pen, and Hickory is caught tinkering and then poses as a statue.
Yes.
I didn't catch the Tin Man stuff, but I caught the other two.
Okay. Crimson, why don't you go ahead and popcorn us somewhere?
Oh God. Sure. So the whole tornado scene might be jumping a little too far here. We're
Yeah,
popcorning.
that's okay. It's still in sepia tone.
We can go backwards. Yeah, the tornado bit was very impressive to me. I was very curious how they did the tornado, as I said. Glad you cleared that up. Quite impressive. The backdrop they had for the farm and everything looked really good. I imagine that was all painted during that bit.
I'd guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot less obviously painted than when we're in Oz, where it's very clearly
The
painted.
vibrant colors can really, yeah.
Yeah.
But the way they did the wind for everything was pretty authentic feeling to me. I like how aggressive the wind is, like when she opens the door and it gets ripped away and flies up, presumably on string or something. They use a lot of strings in this movie.
I'm glad that, I mean, my time watching this here, I didn't catch any strings. They cover it up very well.
Are you saying through the whole film or just the tornado bit?
Tornado bit.
Okay, because I'm like, there's a lot of clear string stuff through the movie. But I'm with you. I didn't catch strings during the tornado. Yeah, but it was all very well done. Dorothy running to the shelter. I know it's loud and stuff, but I still would think they would hear her screaming point blank at the door. But
I don't know how deep the
that's
cellar
up to the
goes.
consensus thing.
Yeah, it never shows inside the cellar.
Yeah, I had forgotten that she actually went to the cellar. I like to knock on the door or whatever.
Mhm.
When I was rewatching it, I'm like, oh, this might be a problem. And then she went to the sound. I'm like, oh, okay, so at least she's smart enough to check. Though like you, Crimson, I did have a 50-50 walk away with it on the whether or not they would be able to hear her. So
Yeah. Something that's cool to me, I guess, during the whole tornado thing, Toto is a that's a real dog the entire part of the film. There's no stuffed animal or puppetry of any kind. So the whole tornado part, even when he's like pretty still, is still the dog, which I thought was maybe the most impressive thing Toto kind of did.
Yeah, there was
That
one
he's not
part where
barking
he
in the
looked.
wind or
Yeah, there's one part where he looked stiff to me. I'm like, is that a fake dog? Then he moved. I'm like, oh, okay, guess not. So when the tornado started, she picked him up off the road.
yeah.
Looked like a fake dog, and then he moved.
Yeah. Uh,
how do you two believe the whole law situation behind taking away a dog that bites someone?
I think it makes sense for the time.
That a dog would be destroyed?
Oh, put down. An animal getting put down because it bit a human, and that's still a thing that exists now.
Well, true. But just, it
um,
really gives Mrs. Gulch this harsh character coming up to a girl and being like, I will destroy your dog.
On the subject of Mrs. Gulch, before that scene, her arriving on the bike with the music picking up. Yeah, I'm like, wow, they it's like, yeah, I've never seen someone ride a bike so menacingly.
No, she's pissed.
Yeah,
She's so mad.
it's
She's determined.
yeah, it's obviously I can tell fairly easily where the stage ends and the painted background begins, but it was still kind of funny to watch that scene because the bike is just bouncing up and down, so she's like almost hopping as she's riding angrily up to the farm. I thought it was funny.
It's been
Um,
comical. Yeah.
it's definitely on the whimsical
Uh,
side. So
I like how Uncle Henry questions if Dorothy bit her.
Yeah.
The
And
joke.
if Dorothy bit the dog,
honestly, I think Henry's just being an asshole on purpose to Mrs. Gulch.
oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely on purpose giving her a hard time because she's not very popular around these parts.
No, I mean he's sitting in his chair and he's laughing at her.
Yes.
A question I have for you guys: did she actually get bit, or did she just say that to get rid of the annoying dog?
That's a good question because she never shows the bite.
Never shows it. She totally seems like the type of person that would lie to get rid of the dog.
I think she did because I don't recall Dorothy ever arguing that she never bit her, or that Toto ever bit her. It's not like that's a lie. You're not telling the truth. Where's the bite? Like there's no questioning. She's just telling her, no, don't take Toto. So I think Dorothy knows that it did happen.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Toto was chasing around her cats, and maybe that's how she got involved getting bit. But yeah, we don't really get any proof from her, and it's pretty telling that she just shows up with a note from the sheriff demanding the dog.
Yeah. Now, to answer your legality question, Sprinks, I do think they would have sent someone, not just giving her a note to take the dog.
Yeah, that was my note as well. I did have a problem with the whole. I did have a problem with it. I'm just like an officer would have come with her.
True. Going to the police and being like, how are you going to take the dog in my picnic basket? It's like, I got it right here.
But if a cop took it, then we wouldn't have the dog come back. So
that's true.
They would have kept it.
The dog also wouldn't have been able to jump like 2 feet high to get into the window.
It's a show dog.
Yeah, no, it was
Also,
one of those things where it was very obvious like they had a ramp for the dog to jump in. I was okay with it, but I'm like,
oh, you believe it's a ramp?
well, it's a ramp or a step, or they threw him.
I thought it was someone throwing him in because of how fast he got into the room. I feel if it was a ramp, he would have hesitated at the top.
Maybe.
Because I was thinking that.
The
But to
moment he
me, I'm
entered through
like,
the window, I was writing my notes, so I missed it.
oh, to me,
Okay.
I went, this is better than Jurassic Park, where you see a hand push a raptor in the kitchen.
Wow, that is hilarious. Ryder and I was just talking about that yesterday.
We talked about that last
Wow.
night because I'd never seen the hand pushing the raptor, so he found me a
Oh,
screenshot.
it's so big! It's so big!
How
Yeah,
did that
but remember,
become relevant?
I didn't watch Jurassic Park all that much growing up.
No, Ryder goes, oh, that had nothing to do with the script, so I didn't see it. I'm teasing.
That's
I'm
unfair.
teasing. I'm teasing.
Yeah, I know. That's fine.
Let's see here. Let's go with Ryder, because I don't have anything in myself at the moment to look at.
Okay. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So Dorothy calls her Mrs. Gulch the Wicked Old Witch as soon as she's getting the dog put in the basket and everything, which is a very cool setup. I liked it. Again, never put two and two together as a kid, even though we see the transformation. I was like, I either didn't know as a kid, or I didn't put two and two together, or I forgot, one of the two. So
Also, in terms of makeup, she's still pretty accurate to the original person she's portraying.
Yep.
I think it's kind of funny that way then, if Dorothy's telling the truth, that she thinks Mrs. Gulch looks old and ugly. Because she thinks all witches are old and ugly.
But does she?
I don't know.
Because the Land of Oz is in her head.
Lie. Oh,
So
we'll
she
touch
must
on that at the
see.
end.
She
Touch
must
on that at the
see
end.
witches as good and evil, and look different ways.
Okay. Something I'll go to is Gulch taking Toto in her picnic basket. It has latches on either end of the basket. Why did she not lock it closed?
She was
convenience.
too focused on being happy to kill a dog, I guess, to pay attention to it.
Yeah, you're blinded by the jubilance that you're gonna get a new fur coat by the end of the day.
Oh, a Cruella de Vil type. I just
this,
thought
this
it
is the
would be.
prequel to 101 Dalmatians, but post the Cruella movie with Emma
This is
Stone.
Cruella's mom.
Cruella's
Jesus,
great
gorgeous.
great
Cruella's
grandmother.
great. I don't know when 101 Dalmatians takes place. I can't recall.
90s, I think, 80s maybe.
Oh, it might be earlier than that.
60s.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm thinking of fucking.
The live action ones were in the 90s.
Yeah.
Where, I think.
The new one, Emma Stone. That one's in the 60s.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
well, supposedly in the 60s.
Never saw it. Don't know.
It's okay.
Don't know if I plan to watch it. I don't know.
The new one's actually okay. It's not well. I have a lot of writing issues with it, but it's very entertaining.
All right. So I just thought that she'd lock the latches on the picnic basket because she doesn't want to get bit by a dog again. Because her whole focus is on the dog. So that was my thought. But
yeah, it's a little. It's very convenient. I didn't necessarily have a problem with it. It's just it has the same issues as the sheriff. It doesn't break the story. It's just very convenient, and I wish it was a little bit plainer. I suppose a little
It's
tighter.
a problem. Good catch, Sprinks.
okay. And with that, Crimson, why don't you go ahead and popcorn somewhere?
All right, yeah, this will just be a general topic here of Dorothy in this whole beginning section. I don't remember her being so whiny when I saw this as a kid. She was so very whiny in this.
Yeah, her dog
Yeah.
was gonna die, and then she's got to run away, and she's full of emotions, and she's a kid.
It's the funny thing
kid.
it's the kid in quotation mark. It's the funny thing where they have a clearly an older actress playing a very young child.
Yeah. Like when the Scarecrow's telling her to use her brain and just not go over there with Toto, so there's no problem. She's just whiny about it the whole time. Didn't remember all that. And the crystal ball stuff, I didn't really remember much of that other than that happened. She's very gullible.
Oh, I guess that is a fact. I didn't write it down because it's a small fact, but Professor Marvel never gives back the photo of Annie M. He keeps it.
Oh,
That's
He never puts it back in the basket or returns it, I guess, later at the end when Dorothy wakes up. He just keeps it.
man, it's how he keeps tracks of his the strangers that he randomly helps. I guess I don't know.
It's a possibility.
I mean,
Or being
was he a
con
good
man.
guy or a bad guy? It was good that he
I
got her to
think-
go back home, but he
I think
convinced her
he's a
that
bad guy.
her aunt was having a heart attack.
No, I think he turns into a bad guy at the end when he goes, "All right, well, I thought you were coming with me."
I thought that was an exaggeration. Like I thought he was doing that on purpose, like reverse psychology.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was.
Oh,
Yeah, that definitely came across as reverse psychology to me. I at that point he was like, just the way he's like looking at her, he's like, oh man, this little girl ran away from home. She probably is gonna regret that choice. So he's trying to help her.
Yeah, the whole point of the crystal
Okay.
ball was to scare her back home.
Yeah.
yes, yeah, I do believe that for the use of it. I kind of found it funny that he's like, "Oh, your aunt's having a heart attack and it's your fault." Well, come on, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, just to push her to go home.
Yeah. So that way she doesn't have time to think about her choice.
Gotcha. Let's go ahead. Well, I guess I'll go. I got something. Being at the time of 1939, and without the use of technology we have now, of how they're able to edit things for a film like this. Unfortunately, I didn't look up like what reel they were using in camera work, or types of camera, for that matter. But the part where Dorothy hits her head and starts spiraling until she wakes up in the cyclone, that layered edited transition must have been an absolute nightmare to make with film.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be layered
Layer
film.
and tape and
Yeah.
make sure it all plays correctly so the next scene doesn't bleed in or the past scene bleed in. It actually seems like it's very well done.
Yeah.
I agree. It's quote unquote dated, but man, it's still very impressive for the time period.
Which I believe is why they only did it once in the whole movie.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of editing transitions in the film, and I believe there's a reason why.
Yeah, the editors were locked in a dungeon trying to work on that for however long it took them.
Oh yeah.
The editors had problems with continuity, though.
Oh.
There were some not great cuts in this, at least in the version I watched.
I did notice a couple.
During the Professor Marvel bit where he's eating the sausages at the campfire, there's a very clear cut of him talking to Dorothy there. I just noted.
What do you mean it cuts to him talking to Dorothy?
Well, it kind of like cuts off the end of his sentence, like you know how you talk and there's kind of this little drag at the end. It's not like a sharp cut. I heard an audible sharp cut at the end, going to Dorothy asking him something. I don't remember specifically what.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One other small detail, I guess, before we go to the into the other world, as it were, into Narnia, Land of Oz. I think I really liked the fact that Auntie M she was determined to like try and wait for Dorothy, even though the Twister was rolling in, the tornado. And she's calling after her. I think it was a nice little detail that I didn't appreciate much as a kid for obvious reasons. And because part of Dorothy's thing is she doesn't, in her perspective, like her aunt and uncle just tolerate her. She hasn't quite made the distinction that they love her yet. Which is fair. Children have a hard time like distinguishing emotions and to such a degree. So I think it's one of the more subtle things that I appreciated. You can tell in her exchange with Oz or Mr. Marvel or whatever, that he's picking it up fairly quickly because he's kind of had a lot more experience with life in the world in comparison to her. It's one of the reasons why he decides to help her, I think. Especially once he sees like the photo and like past the rashness of her choice of running away.
Okay. I mean, especially since the photo she carried, Dorothy has, is just of Annie M. There's no Uncle Henry or
Yeah.
Hickory, Zeke, and Hunk. It's not a family photo. It's just her and Auntie M.
Yeah. So it's a nice little thing that I appreciated as a grown adult.
All right, Crimson, why don't you go ahead and pop us somewhere?
Well, on the topic of Professor Marvel, in his introduction, where he's trying to guess her reasoning for being there, I loved. I'm pretty sure it was a jab at fortune tellers.
Oh, absolutely.
Where he kept screwing up, but correcting himself without her realizing that's what was happening.
Yeah,
it was pretty amusing. That's all my personal little comment was.
Okay. What I have next in my notes is just how well everything looks for the time period. So cool. The whole Twister scene, Cyclone, and I guess even the projection out on the wall. And how windy it must have been to blow hats off and knock things over. I mean, there was prop trees and bushes that were just kind of blown, which I'm sure were, extremely light, but just all the set pieces used for the tornado, I think was very cool.
Yeah. I also like the I guess it's a small detail, but I like the fact that they actually had a cellar that they all went to, and I like the fact that they take their farmhands into the cellar, like they're not objectively cruel and kick them out, like okay, like we all have to get through this together, so everyone inside, that sort of thing. There's another nice detail I quite liked.
You guys are very valuable to the farm. We can't afford to get new employees.
I mean, they're not Mrs. Gulch.
Yeah.
They're nice people.
I think on the note of it being very, very windy, I think there's a tire swing that's not blowing in the wind in one of those shots.
Oh, that might be true.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm trying to think back to it's one of the cellar things where like someone's getting their hat blown off and everything, but the tire is not really swinging. It's a minor thing, but just pointing it out.
Immersion breaking
doesn't break the story. Just yeah. I guess another funny detail is how the window just perfectly breaks off.
Yeah. And knocked her out. Probably her worst acting in this. That not getting knocked out bit. Oh, but
yeah.
Not much you can do with
it. I know this from the original version I watched. The version I watched for the podcast today did not have it, but I know it's in there, and it's just like ingrained in my mind. And I know it's in this one scene, and I don't know if it's throughout the film, but when Dorothy wakes up to go out the front door, it's her in the hallway before cutting to the door to be opened. And in the original, a film pop, or not a film, cue mark, little like black, spot on the reel pops up. So I just think that's, to the time, something that made it into the final theatrical version, which is kind of cool.
Cool. All right. Do we have any? Well, sorry.
I'm ready for the Land of Oz.
Yeah, I trying to think of anything I had to say during like the transition. When the house has been picked up.
How'd they do that?
It's
miniature.
Before it got picked up. Oh, no. Sorry, I thought you meant the transition when she opens the door.
No. They're she's going to Land of Oz, and we're seeing all the people in the window. I remembered the old lady knitting, I did not remember the fucking kayaking guys.
And the inverse. I remember the kayak, but not the lady knitting.
And I remember both. So,
I definitely snorted.
and of course, the iconic cow that gets stolen everywhere.
Oh yeah.
They totally stole that from the movie Twister. Okay, and
Yes.
Yeah.
When Twister come out?
Yeah. Okay.
No,
so,
1923.
So Twister. Sorry. So Wizard of Oz stole it from Twister. Chick-fil-A stole it from Wizard of Oz.
Writer, it's a joke. Twister came out in like the 90s.
Yes, I know.
Okay. Or early 2000s, one of the two.
No, I just yeah. Okay, whatever. Just
It's okay. It's okay. I didn't know if you just
Joke
believed Crimson
ruined.
that a Twister movie did come out before this. And if so, then I'm the fool because I don't know. I'm just trying to clarify. If you're talking about the Twister movie, I think you're talking about
Yes, the one with Paxton.
Carrie Always and like a handful of characters from the Lost TV show. Yeah.
Well, at least they got work.
I think it's a cool choice that as soon as the house hits, it goes silent. There's no music. There's no white noise. It's just silent until the door
It's a build
opens.
up.
Yeah, because I think like it's definitely helped to, I guess, build the tension. Because we don't know where we've ended up as typically as an audience member. If you're watching this the first time, you don't know where she ended up either, and it really helps with the whole reveal.
Yeah, I agree.
They landed in
Makes it more
the
impactful.
Wonka factory.
No.
And it's funny. There's another note that I had. I'm like, it reminds you of the Willy
Olympus.
Wonka. Yeah, reminds you of that area.
I'm still kind of confused how they did that transition of opening the door in sepia tone to a square door opening of color.
Okay, so I can actually tell you this. When we see the door that she's about to open, it is fully in color at that point.
Oh, it's painted sepia tone.
Yes. You can tell in
That makes sense.
when I was going through the screenshots, the door changes. Like in the screenshots, you can tell which was sepia tone and which was painted.
Oh. Never knew that. So would Dorothy also be wearing sepia tone colored clothing for the colored shot then?
At least at the start of it, yes. Though they do a pretty good job of just focusing on the door, so you don't really see her until she steps out.
Interesting.
I have to watch this now.
You didn't watch this for the podcast?
Yeah, this is from 10 years ago. The scene, the door specifically, I need to see that.
At least that's how I think
I
they
didn't
did
put
it.
much thought into it.
Yeah, that's at least how I thought they did it, because that's my guess based off of looking at the screenshots and the whole like shot by shot of the film. So that's my 2 cents of how they did it.
It's very, very possible. That's not something I read or knew or.
The way I would have guessed was they cut out film and overlaid it, but
I mean,
that would have been a pain in the neck to do.
That would have worked with a single still, I think, but the fact that the camera zooms out and tracks out of the front door, that would have been frame by frame to do.
Right, well, yeah, which is hurdles they had to tackle in this time.
Boy, I don't think so. I don't think they would have done that. But
either way, it's impressive.
I mean, it is one. Yeah.
It's just for the one shot, pretty much as well. When she opens up the world into Narnia.
That is true. Yes, there's no lamppost here, writer.
Oh no, there is actually. It's in the city.
Well, Crimson, why don't you go ahead and pop us somewhere?
All right, I'll point out the true villain of this film.
Oh,
Glynda.
Glynda Goodwitch?
Glynda was not a good witch.
Yeah, I know. She kind of just let
I'm
them live
kind
under
of in
abject
agreement.
subjugation.
She's a bit scummy.
Just a little, yeah. Yeah. I wrote that down. I'm like, wow, you've done nothing for these people, have you?
Well, one, she didn't help Dorothy get to Oz, which she clearly could have.
Mm-hmm.
Two, she pointed out to the Wicked Witch the ruby slippers, which then got put on Dorothy, putting a target on her. And Glynda told Dorothy after the witch left, "Man, you really made an enemy of the witch." I'm like, you did. What do you mean? She didn't do anything. You pointed it all out.
Dorothy just kept saying how much she wanted to go home.
Glynda facilitated the whole problem Dorothy had.
Was
Yeah,
this Glinda's way of saying, I'm not taking the slippers?
I guess.
best I could guess. Yeah.
So all Glinda's fault.
I agree. Yeah, that's a note I have as well. Um, do I?
Oh, I get it. I get it. Where Dorothy said, I thought all witches were old and ugly. Glinda's old and ugly on the inside.
Oh, there you go.
Or she took that as an insult and therefore created her evil plan right in that spot after being insulted.
It could. That's a thought.
Good
I
is
don't know if
subjective, all right?
yeah. It's interesting. So, it's stated that the Wicked Witch of the East and West are siblings. They're sisters. There's no relationship between the Glynda, the Good Witch, and it's never mentioned or talked about of the Good Witch of the South.
Assuming there is a good witch of the South. Unless that was mentioned in dialogue. I don't remember them talking
No,
about this.
it's never mentioned in the film.
Okay.
Much like the Blue Wizards in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Well,
Barely talk.
see, the thing with that, though, is like the Blue Wizards don't really have any relevance to the story of Lord of the Rings. I mean, they're a part of the quote-unquote world, but they had nothing to do with that whole story.
I mean, that's pretty much here with the Witch of the South.
Yeah.
She has nothing to the story.
Yeah. They're doing their own shit, apparently.
Sprink, should we talk about whether or this Oz itself was a dream and stuff?
I was gonna wait till
We probably should wait till
Dorothy
the end.
wakes up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But if you're gun ho to talk about it now, we can.
Oh no, I assume topics throughout could help us establishing whether or not, or what the heck Oz is in the first place.
Okay, I guess it's an over. Sure, we can discuss it now. It's on the table. So is your initial question is, do we think Oz is a dream or not? Is that what you're asking?
I guess just your thoughts on the world of Oz. Is it a dream? If it is not, what extent? Just your thoughts on the world of Oz, I guess.
Okay. For me, in this depiction of the film, it is a dream.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Is there a different depiction?
The writer of the book, L. Oh, gosh, I don't have it. I think it's L. Frank Baum. Specifically said that it was never a dream. So his story of Wizard of Oz, the original, was said not a dream. But I believe how it's depicted and shown in the film that it is.
All right. Ryder?
With how the film depicts it, I really don't have much to go on other than it's a dream. So that's probably where I'm going to stand. Like, at least in the writer's case, if that's what he said, I could definitely see the angle, but I don't think there's enough to justify it in the movie.
Well, did the writer have any part in the film?
I believe not. No.
Okay.
Like I said, I could sort of see the angle he's coming from, and even in the film, but there's not enough to go off of. So.
All right, Crimson, and to answer your own question.
Yes, this is definitely a dream, and at least this version of it.
Okay.
Which means we have to put everything that happens in this in the view of her own mind.
Well, kind of makes sense for the Wicked Witch.
Okay.
You didn't seem so sure about that
No,
statement.
I mean that's just it's an outlook of the film that I never saw. That we're like looking through the subconscious of Dorothy.
I mean, if we
It's her
are,
narrative.
if we
right?
have agreed that it's a dream, at least in the interpretation of the movie, we can put everything into her subconscious. Unfortunately, that is the standard we would be abiding ourselves to.
I guess then that would prove a little more aid to what you said, Crimson, of Glynda being not a very good witch if Dorothy thinks all witches are bad.
Yeah.
Glynda was just more
Or
willing
it
to help
conflicts
her get
against her
home.
own viewpoint, and I guess it depends on however you view it. Either it's an issue that the people didn't think that this was in her view, so her own view of seeing witches as evil is contradicted by there being a good one,
This is
or it's just a different version of a bad witch.
yeah, this question is opening up other things in my mind of asking myself, is this a dream or not, to other things. Like Alice in Wonderland, is that a dream?
I'd have to watch
Is
that again, probably.
Neverland and Peter Pan, is that a dream? It's kind of like, interesting.
Depends
I mean,
on
this
the
one's
versions.
backed by
It's usually the way
showing.
I
I
go.
think I agree with Ryder. I think it does depend on the versions. But I'd
This
rather,
one's backed with us seeing her getting knocked out and then waking up from it. So
that's true. And
pretty
then
good evidence.
closing her eyes and waking up. The
Yeah.
end. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's a fact I didn't look up. Is there a star named Kansas?
Uh,
I wouldn't be too surprised. There's a lot of stars
there's
out there.
a lot of stars named out there. I named a star after my mom because they're so available. Let's see. Stars named.
Oh, looking at okay.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
I have to know this.
I'm just quoting because what was it? Glynda says she fell from a star named Kansas.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if that was a factual thing or Glynda just pulling out some BS out of her pocket.
It's probably BS.
How many times has Glynda lied or bended the truth to the Munchkins? Here's how
I don't
manipulative she
really
is.
understand her relation to the Munchkins.
All it is a bunch of Wizard of Oz wiki stuff. So
Alright,
probably
I'm
not
gonna
real
go with
then.
no.
All right, interesting. So it's Glynda BS. Cool. Even more into the character of Not a Good Witch.
To be fair, if this is
The
a whole, if
Munchkins
this is
will
a,
lead you out of Munchkinville or whatever, and they turn around like 10 feet. There's the gates.
Bill is so tiny.
it would be interesting. Sorry, go on.
But I was going to say they mix up terminology too, because they say he's the mayor of Munchkin City, but then they bring up Munchkin Land and Munchkinville. I don't understand what this place is.
They're all the same. The city's in the ville, and the ville is in the land.
Asgard is a place; it's a people.
In the county of the land of Oz.
Yeah. I don't know. It gave me this cool idea just came into my head. So like, what if like our world map or whatever was their constellations?
Oh.
That would be
Point in the
interesting.
sky and be like, "Hey, there's Texas over there."
Yeah, like I said, that
Interesting.
that would be a really weird, like little interesting thing to do with that idea of that she fell from Kansas, because she did come from their sky more or less. She came from a star, and for some reason that my idea where I carry this through, obviously there's nothing supporting this in the film whatsoever.
No, they never look up in the sky.
They never look up. So is that the world map is their night sky? It's their constellations.
Actually, I'm mistaken. They do look up later in the film. There's no stars, but they do.
Yeah, with the
over the
flying.
poppy fields.
Yeah, when Dorothy gets kidnapped.
Yeah.
I have a question, which is really just not supported of anything. Just a question to you two, and I guess the audience as well. What damage was the Wicked Witch of the East going to do, being in Munchkin Land?
I think she was just their tyrannical ruler.
Oh, you think she ruled?
I mean,
Okay.
she lived there, right?
The Wicked Witch of the East?
Yes, I thought she lived nearby.
Huh.
East is the one that was crushed, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So that was her domain. Yeah.
I guess I mean, hold on. I might be
Right.
carrying that over from when I was younger. I always used to think that Dorothy's house smashed the Wicked Old Witch's house. So like
Oh.
That I don't know.
No,
I
I
know.
don't think it's a house destroying house.
I don't know. It would make sense, I guess. But I don't think we see any debris of a house from under it.
That's
Yeah.
We just see her legs.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, that's definitely me as a kid remembering. Like that's what I thought it was as a kid growing up. Now, my guess is that she would still live there, and she was just their tyrannical ruler. Because that's why they're all thanking her for saving them.
That's.
That's why I brought
See,
up I was
that's a good
confused.
pitch, because
Glynda's.
the Winkies thank her for killing the Wicked Witch of the West, which is somewhat the same with the Munchkins here. The thing that stands out to me more is the fact that they are acceptant of Glynda.
Because they know she's a
Glinda's
good witch. So
against-
maybe I don't know. Maybe it's not a. Maybe Glinda didn't show up by coincidence. She was coming to try and chase the Wicked Witch off, but we don't really know that.
We need a spin off to figure this out.
Crimson, there's a lot of spin-offs. But yeah, just curious. Do you, I guess, then with that, what you're saying, writer, do you think Dorothy is starting her Yellow Brick Road's tale going east to west? If
I
this
have
is
no
where
idea
the
the direction it
Wicked Witch
goes.
of the
I
East
have no idea what the world
domain is
building
Munchkin Land.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
no idea where the world building is like here. It's gonna.
Do you think the witches resign wherever they are in the direction of what they are?
I would assume so.
Okay. I mean, that would make more sense. But then again, that's more of a Wonderland thing. If it's like, oh, I'm the West, but actually, you go east to find me.
One of my favorite lines from this whole scene is the whole "You killed her so completely that we thank you sweetly." When they're all dancing around Dorothy and praising her.
Yeah, hooray, murder.
I'm like, wow, this is much darker than I remember as a kid.
They throw a parade.
They throw a parade for her. I actually like the fact that Dorothy's like put off by the fact that they're like congratulating her for killing a witch. Like,
I didn't mean to. I swear.
She's just confused the whole time.
Yeah, I love the confusion on her face the entire time. It's hilarious. Rewatching this as an adult.
I'm curious, writer, how do you feel about the line to rhyme with rich and pitch and all that? A healthy situation.
I was like, oh, you could have tried harder.
Okay.
And they used hitch like 10 times.
Oh, they just repeat themselves.
Yeah, I mean, come on. There's a lot of things you can rhyme with Stitch. Some of them you can't say to a children, but you know.
No. Okay, I was just curious because it's sitch and they pause and then go with uation.
I definitely, to be fair, I don't like the rhyme, but I do think the intention is to play it for laughs. If that makes sense. Like, I actually do think the intention is to kind of make the audience chuckle, like, you know, that he forgot his rhyme, so that sort of thing.
Oh, okay. I see it as a way to the audience to understand what they're talking about, so it's not made up words. They're not all going oompa loompa doompity doo to Dorothy.
Yeah, that would be a very different movie. I like the
Are Munchkins hatched?
I don't know. I don't think so. They do look younger, but I don't think they are born out of eggs. It's just a way of them sleeping.
It's such a weird. It was exposed in the open. It wasn't in a house. It was so weird.
Yeah, they had blankets. They were nesting.
They're like egg beanbag or not sleeping bags.
If they are hatching eggs, what's laying those eggs? Those were big eggs.
I don't.
I don't know.
Crimson, I'm gonna say they're not born from eggs.
I have
That's
no
where-
proof. All I
That's
see
where
is
I'm residing.
is
They're not
munchkins
born
and
from
eggs. All right. I'm going with they're
Well,
born in
actually,
eggs.
The question is, this is coming from an Earth viewpoint. Are those eggs?
Oh, those were definitely eggs.
They look like eggs.
Those were eggs.
I got a possibly a historical fact for everybody here. Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead was trending in Great Britain when Margaret Thatcher passed away.
Oh,
Ding dong, the good just dead.
just saying.
well, that's the actress of Wicked Witch, correct?
No, Margaret Thatcher is a horrible politician.
Prime Minister.
Horrible prime
Sorry.
minister. One of the worst prime ministers that Britain's ever had.
I got confused. I apologize, Margaret Hamilton.
yeah.
Good
No,
witch.
I like you, Margaret Hamilton.
That's
No.
where I got confused. Sorry.
But yeah, Ding Dong, the Wicked Witch is Dead was playing for Margaret Thatcher. So I was amused by this as a historical fact that I came across.
Interesting. Let's see. The reveal of the Wicked Witch of the West. I think that was really cool. I don't know how many takes they did of it to make sure the smoke blocked the trap door of her
yeah.
coming in,
It's very obvious it was a trap door, but it was still.
You could see it.
but it blocks it pretty well.
Yeah, they do a decent job of it, even with all the problems. I thought like all the munchkins. I didn't on when I was a kid. I thought all the munchkins just fell over to pretend to be dead, like they weren't bowing.
Oh,
Oh, they were bowing?
Yeah, so a lot of them were like kneeling down towards the Wicked Witch in the West.
I thought they were playing dead.
Or at least I don't know. Maybe it's one of
playing
those.
dead or got knocked out.
It might be different between takes because there's a shot with like close up of the Wicked Witch of the West where you can see them sort of all like bowing towards her or laying on the ground towards her. Then the distant ones, like the shot where she just first shows up, you can just see them like fall over.
It's really fast.
It is really
So-
fast. So
A fact during this bit, when the Wicked Witch of the West left in smoke and flames, she got third-degree burns.
Yeah, the makeup she has is quite flammable.
Yeah.
Also extremely toxic. So while in makeup, she could only have liquid diet. She had to drink everything through a straw to not ingest the toxic paint.
Ah, the 30s.
yeah.
Yeah.
The commitment to cause you have to have as an actor in the 30s. Just
Yes, another thing I guess I will touch on now. Another thing for that, Scarecrow, the actor to play Scarecrow, the makeup for his nose, he had indents in his nose for over a year after filming.
Indents.
Yeah.
Like it scrunched his
Markings.
nose? Or...
Like it scarred his nose.
Oh, okay. Man, did every character have problems with their costumes?
I mean, the original actor who...
Tin Man.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, Tin Man. Was it Bob? I think Cowardly Lion. Oh, shoot. Now I'm confusing them all.
The Tin Man.
Well, it's the Tin Man to start with, and I think the Cowardly Lion's actor was going to be the Tin Man, but got allergic to the paint, so then went to the Cowardly Lion. I think that's how it is, or I'm confused with Scarecrow. But
I don't know, but the Tin Man got poisoned by the paint or something, right?
the original cast actor, who's either the Lion or Scarecrow in the film, was originally going to be Tin Man, got allergic to the paint, and then got cast as Scarecrow or Lion afterwards, and another actor came in to do Tin Man. So, there is a easy to tell cut when the slippers get curled, and it just immediately cuts to the witch being right in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Just going, they're gone.
Sorry, I was doing a Google search. I didn't know you said.
Okay, cool. Go back and listen to the podcast after if you wanted. I was just
I looked up the Tin Man thing, and he got lead poisoning and got hospitalized 9 days after filming.
Wow, that sucks. Guess everyone had a problem.
Yeah.
Except for Oz. Maybe.
Because it was a lead-based paint they put on him.
Yeah. Speaking of Oz, once the Wicked Witch leaves and we learn that she's after the red slippers and doesn't try to take them there for whatever reason, that the Wizard of Oz might be able to help Dorothy get home.
Yes.
And Dorothy went all in on the Wizard of Oz because every single person she came across, she's like, "Oh, look, the Wizard of Oz can help you," even though I know nothing about the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, who's the wizard? Who is this person? To help with what Ryder said earlier about the Munchkins bowing or falling down, like playing dead, when the Wicked Witch of the West is leaving, they're all looking at her before she backs up into the puff of smoke where they all put their heads back down. So no one dies.
Well, yeah, I know. I wasn't saying they were dying. I thought they were playing dead at first when I was younger. I'm trying to think of it. I'm going to go review my notes, see if we have anything left for Munchkin Land really quickly.
I got something. When Dorothy arrives and Glynda asks if she's a witch, and Dorothy says no, then Glynda looks down at Toto and questions if Toto's a witch. That to me shows Glynda doesn't know what a dog is.
Or they can just shapeshift. Shrug.
I don't know if they can shapeshift. That's never...
She turns into a bubble, dude.
That's true. It's a bubble. I don't know if that's... Okay.
Or Dorothy doesn't think witches know what dogs are. That's through Dorothy's lens.
Well, that's also true. Well, the only way I'm questioning it, which I think just counters what Crimson just said, is because the Wicked Witch quotes, and your little dog too. So the Wicked Witch of the West knows what a dog is.
If it's through her psyche, it makes sense why she would know what a dog is.
Yeah, the dog killer neighbor.
Dog killer. That's why the neighbor's the witch of the West. Wicked Witch. Also, just real fast, Crimson. There's a little point for Sinister. You know who can make it. But he really loves when they say the title of the movie in the movie. Mm-hmm. So they say Wizard of Oz like 20 times in the film, but I think this is where they say it at the beginning here. So.
Yes.
So just a Sinister point. He likes that.
Something I forgot to mention during the Glynda bit. When she points out the ruby slippers to the Witch of the West, they disappear. The witch wants the shoes from Dorothy, and then Glynda leans over Dorothy and says, "They must be powerful if she wants one." You knew what they were. You pointed them out. What do you mean they must be powerful? You know what they are.
Glinda's playing
Glinda's terrible.
Everyone here is like playing like ignorance. Everyone over here is super ignorant, and we have Glynda over here playing like 5D chess, Game of Thrones. Like, yeah, maybe I don't have to kill the Wicked Witch. Maybe the girl will do it for me. I don't know.
The good witch Circe of the North. She's not in the North, but
yeah, I got the joke.
That's the good witch of the South. She resides in King's Landing. What else?
Follow the yellow road, but never the red, because you will go somewhere bad. Probably.
Who knows where that story goes? What's the red?
Maybe the red road is what leads to the Wicked Witch of the Good Witch of the South,
or to Glinda's wherever she is in the North. Either or. I just have in my notes when Dorothy's leaving. Look out! There's a wall.
Yeah, that's funny. Like I said, I can tell when the painted stages end, but they do a pretty good job of intercutting them.
They really distract you with everything else going on around.
They try to. They try to. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely also wrote down, Dorothy was about to run into a wall with her dog Toto. I thought I was looking to see if the dog would stop before her, just you know. The dog would be smart enough not to run into the wall potentially.
True.
The dog was pretty impressive throughout
Oh,
this
yeah.
whole film.
when Toto came out of the basket earlier on and ran down the road, would that not be a wall that he's running straight towards?
That is true. But yeah, no, Toto acts, I think, the cowardly lion to the table in this movie. So.
Oh.
The dog's always at the people's feet when they're like jumping around, dancing like crazy people, and I'm like, "Wow, that's a brave dog right there."
Man, both of you have taken shots at Cowardly Lion.
Yeah, I didn't really fire a shot. I shot confetti across the bow. Crimson fired an actual shot across the bow.
I don't know how much of an error it is. I mean, it works itself out. But when Dorothy comes up to the Scarecrow, there is a fork in the path that three other choices to choose.
Mm-hmm.
Real stroke of luck, she went down the right one.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But it's her mind, so of course it went the correct way.
Oh, so no matter what she chose, it would have gone the right way.
It is her dream.
That's what we have to believe.
So, maybe if this is supposed to be in another world, I probably would have had the Scarecrow say a line about where she needed, where they needed to go.
Could go that way, or that way, or those ways, whatever.
Yeah, this remind me of the Cheshire Cat when Alice is confused where to go.
Oh yeah, it's very similar. You could tell the Scarecrow was on a string while on that post.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
It's covered nicely. The post, and the close-up shots, more than likely is him standing.
Probably.
Guessing.
I would guess.
You could just see the string over him when he was pointing.
Goes off camera.
Yeah.
To me, I will say the most apparent string in the whole film to me is the lion's tail.
Oh, you thought that was a string?
Oh, interesting. You don't.
No, I didn't think that was a string. At least when when it's a close-up shot of the lion, we see the tail wagging back and forth. I actually think it's people moving the tail behind him.
They definitely use strings on that tail.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they do it the entire time, but
a
lot of it is.
Yeah,
string.
I'm sure a lot of it was string, but at least the shot that I'm thinking of, I can definitely think that it was two people like hiding behind the lion and moving it back and forth in a swishy fashion.
Could be. I mean, that could explain
because
why
the tail
holding
moves
his tail when they're in Oz, when they're going up the wizard, because they couldn't get the wiring or rigged in that scene.
There's definitely there are times where you can tell where the tail is attached to the suit and the tail is not.
Yes.
So
I do agree that's true. Does anyone know why I mean I don't know why Scarecrow doesn't open his mouth when telling which way to go?
Yeah, I caught that. There's several syncing issues in this. I don't even know if that's not really a syncing issue, but more just an audio issue, I suppose. I noticed that, and in Munchkinville Town City, when the Munchkin Guild pop up and sing in front of her, two of them don't match the lip syncing to the
Lollipop
music.
Guild?
No, the Lollipop Guild, and there's the
Lullaby League.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the guild members. Okay. Those were the ones I noticed that were off, anyways.
They all got Popeye faces.
Yeah.
You are not wrong.
Popeye the Sailor Man, not Popeye from whatever the heck Popeye's the restaurant's named after. Yeah. Just for clarification.
We passed it, but we passed one of the iconic lines, so I'm just going to bring it up. It's Toto. I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
What? One of the big ones?
Yeah, one of the bigger ones. Yeah.
No, I think that's what I got in my notes of a big one, and then I'll get you my pretty and your little dog too.
Yeah, and my sentence after that is like, she apparently the Wicked Witch of the West has no power in this realm, because I mean, like, why not just take it there. Like,
I mean, she appeared and disappeared.
yeah, and that's
With
why
some power.
it's a half a joke. I'm like, preventing this. It prevents the story from happening, but it's one of those things where it's like I don't understand why
Well,
she at least
yeah,
didn't make the attempt.
there is one line she says later that she has to kill Dorothy a certain way in order to get the slippers. So maybe that's why she didn't just go gun ho with fireballs all over the place.
Does she have to kill her a certain way? Because I thought the line was like, "I just have to kill you," but that's not the issue. The issue is how I want to do it because it must be done delicately, and I took that as she's just being sadistic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she never describes the proper way to kill her. She just
If there was one.
But if it has to be delicately, I'm sure a fireball to the face is not the way.
yeah, I took it pretty much the writer way.
Yeah, I think she just wants to do it sadistically. So
Okay, that's why she's messing with her mind by tricking her with Annie M and leaving an anxiety-inducing hourglass.
Yeah, she could have killed Dorothy a lot in this, but doesn't. So I'm going with the sadistic approach.
She's wicked.
yeah, best
What a
faith
wicked
interpretation is
approach.
she's just mentally having fun with her, trying to torture her in that way, and got ahead of herself. Though why
Dorothy
she
doesn't want to die in her own dream.
yeah
Come on.
though why the Wicked Witch would keep buckets in her water in her
Hey,
castle.
hey,
is
we're not
something
there
else.
yet.
Yeah,
We
we're
are
not
not
there
there
yet.
yet.
It's a big
all right?
question.
That's a different problem.
So we have Scarecrow's number. I wrote down there's a part that says another Lincoln in
Yeah.
one of the lyrics. Is that a reference to President Abraham Lincoln?
Yes.
my boy Abe.
Okay. I was just curious if that's a president reference.
It might be. I
Yeah.
mean, he's always been a fairly popular president in United States history. So I say fairly popular
Yeah.
because there was half the country that didn't, but they lost, so they don't get a choice.
Those people aren't remembered anymore. Yeah, the Scarecrow. This was kind of the reason why I wanted to establish this as a dream world, because he shouldn't know what a beach and shore is and Lincoln. He shouldn't know what any of this stuff is because he's
Yeah.
stuck in this field his whole life.
True. I mean, Dorothy's the one who says Lincoln.
Yeah, but he acknowledges it and stuff. So the only way he would know this stuff is because it's a dream. Dorothy knows these things. That's the only way I could brush it off because he wouldn't know what all the stuff he's talking about is.
It being a dream really helps the movie.
Also, what's a Dina berry?
I don't know.
Dina Berry.
Okay. Yeah. That's the one, like, it's a made-up lyric. He says, I would dance and be merry, life would be a Dina berry. I don't know what a Dina berry is.
Let's see. Go look it up.
Well, I tried looking it up and just sent me to Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's made up.
I think it is made up, yes.
They Dr. Seuss'd it? They made something
I
up
think
just
they
to
Dr.
make it
Seuss'd
sound
it.
right?
Look, the last song they had was Situation. So,
I mean, they didn't have to make a word for that.
no, but I'm saying they really branched out the rhyming with a word that they could have done here with something, I guess, but
A problem here that will not be fixed by the fact that it is a dream is Scarecrow, when he loses his straw, says, "It's okay, I usually just pick it up and put it back." How can he do that when he's always stuck on that post?
well, he explains that he's been stuck on the post. We don't know how long he's been stuck on the post. I'm sure he wasn't born on the post.
Has he?
Right.
Okay, my whole question
As a
is,
Scarecrow, you get stuffed and you get posted. That's the life of a Scarecrow.
yeah, people might have let him down before. He might have climbed up, but we, don't really get any history other than he's currently there.
Yeah, he never talks about an owner whose crops he's watching over.
Which field he's watching over?
Just that he's been up there.
He's up there. We know what the role of a Scarecrow is.
I have a really, really insane headcanon for you, Crimson, that,
Alright,
that I just
let's hear
came
it.
up with. So you remember the Doctor Who episode, The Family?
You're gonna have to describe the episode.
Okay. So the Doctor and Martha infiltrate like a school. The Doctor gave up all his memories and put it in a watch. And
Yes, got it.
okay, so do you remember the end where one of the family
Yep.
members gets gets put up as a scarecrow to watch over the fields of England? I think I found him.
Oh, man, this movie was ahead of its time.
Or
No, the
Or-
Doctor could have just gone back in time to fix it. It's fine.
or this could be
They'd love to
Jonathan
me.
Crane. Dorothy's
Yeah.
just a Batman fan.
Hence why she's got this crazy dream. She got the gas on her.
Anyways, crazy
Does remind me-
headcanon theory over. Just thought it was
If
funny.
if anyone's played the Lego Dimensions game, the first level is Wizard of Oz, and Batman goes off on Scarecrow, and it's really funny.
That's kind of hilarious.
The next thing I have is well, something to help, I guess. You see a toucan in an apple tree.
Yeah.
A
Very
real
random.
toucan. Which helps later of how lazy they became.
But they couldn't find a freaking owl.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's funny.
We'll get there when we get there, but ooh, there's something about that.
Um,
And then the Wicked Witch is just hiding behind the tree.
that-
Yeah.
I think is a nice way of showing that. I'm glad it's shown in a way. I mean, it's a little cheesy, but I like that it's shown that way. She doesn't just randomly appear when they're at the Tin Man.
yeah, it's showing us that she's following Dorothy because she wants the red slippers. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's a way to allow us let us the audience members not forget that she's a part of the story.
It was like Hitler sneaking up on Captain America on stage.
Okay, I don't remember any. I don't remember the trees being like, Dorothy, Dorothy, look out behind you, and she turns around. Bam.
Not all of us
the-
can buy a bullets or buy a gun. Whatever his, I don't remember
Another,
his full
bullet,
speech.
another bullet you buy. Another bond you buy is another bullet in your best man's gun.
Yes. But the way the introduction of the characters, because after that I don't think so much, but the introduction of the three feels like a theater performance or play to me, which I'm sure is probably an intentional facet, or just the movie making of the time. I haven't seen too many 30s films. Very limited.
Yeah, a lot of in the early days of movie making, a lot of it was like screenplay adaptations of theater productions. So it wouldn't have surprised me if this was a play production, theater production first, and they just tried to move it along into the movie.
Writer, if you can remind me, in the credits, is it credited as screenplay by the writers?
I didn't have any credits in my film.
Oh, okay.
It just ended and
Mine did, but I don't read credits.
I can tell. Well, in that case, let me look for it. See if I can find anything. Oh,
Alright.
yeah. Beginning credits. Screenplay by Noel Langley, Floris Ryerson, and Edgar Allan Wolfe.
Edgar Allan Wolfe. Nice.
Fan of
But it is
Poe, I
listed
would
as a
imagine.
screenplay. If that helps you, Crimson.
I mean, it was just an observation I had. It felt like a theater performance.
I agree. It does, and I think it's one of the the charms of the film. Helps it age. It's one of the reasons why I think it's aged better than a lot of other movies. But yeah,
And then we get introduced to Treebeard.
discount, yes.
Also, I wrote down toucan. There's a toucan in the tree. There's some other bird in the background, more towards like the apple trees. I don't know what bird it is. Could be a herring.
Like the
I don't
larger
know.
one.
Yeah, a long neck
It
one.
was too dark. I couldn't tell what it was.
But I know it's another live bird.
Interesting. Yeah, I never really made the connections to the puppets later on, to be honest. So I'm curious to hear what you guys had to say when we
wouldn't
get there.
I wouldn't even call the if you're talking about the owls. I would not even call those puppets.
They're figures, more or less.
They're robots. Robots.
Yeah. Oh boy. Something I wrote down. If they didn't pick apples, would they have ever met the Tin Man?
And it was next to the path, so they
It's
could have seen him.
possible it could have worked. They could have worked in it, but it does make for the nice transition of her like picking up the apple, hitting the boot, and then working her way up.
Okay, because then it came to my mind: how significant is the Tin Man to this story? Because if they went on without him, would have
I think
things
Tin
been
Man's the
okay?
worst of the three.
Okay, let me put it to you this way: without the Tin Man, we would not have been able to rescue Dorothy at the end. He's the one that breaks down the door with his axe that he's always carrying around. It's Chekhov's axe. That's what he is.
True. There was another thing later on I'll bring up why I think the Tin Man does something else that the other two can't.
Okay.
So
I don't know. So Scarecrow, throughout the film, we see him taking the leadership role and decision making to prove that he kind of does have a brain.
oh, he's smart.
And then we get the Cowardly Lion being a coward, but still going through with the missions and objectives. The Tin Man, I don't really get much reflection of his heart.
Is it just he can't love and he just cries at everything?
I don't know. He just feels hollow. Should I say? He doesn't get too many obvious. He doesn't get anything obvious like Scarecrow and the Lion for showing that they are not what they think they are. Like we don't get a lot of like emotional scenes with Tin Man. It's just like he freaks out in the poppy field, I guess, but that
everyone's
doesn't
falling asleep.
doesn't really feel like anything because everybody's panic. Or Scarecrow and Tin Man are panicking. It doesn't really feel like anything.
Yeah, they could have definitely.
I don't know if you guys feel the same.
I did feel like at the end. I kind of agree. There was the only hint that we really have to like the fact that he is capable of caring about people is he, along with Scarecrow, is also equally determined to go after Dorothy. And I think he's, at least with the actions of being the one to break down the door, is the one showing the most desperation to get to her. But there's really not much to go off of other than like his heart didn't grow 3 sizes that day or whatever. There's nothing there's nothing so blatant and nothing so. There's nothing that makes his arc obvious. I do think it's there, but I do think it's probably, of the main group, probably the weakest. I'm not saying he doesn't have it, because I do think he does. It's just, if I were to pick one that I think is the weakest, it's probably going to be him.
When you say out of the group, who's in the group?
I'm
the 3.
The 3.
Pretty much.
The 3, okay. You're not including Dorothy and Toto.
Dorothy and Toto doesn't... They're funny.
One of you commented that Toto was better acting than Lion.
Oh yeah, I said he acted Lion under the table, but that was a joke. Yeah, Dorothy's arc is fairly obvious. I don't think she pretty much states it at the end. So
point blank,
shot to the heart for the audience in case you weren't paying attention.
Also point out right before Tin Man kind of stumbles backwards to start his song, there's another bird in the background flapping its wings.
I didn't catch that one.
Okay. I'm trying to point out all the live birds that they had on set and here present to just strengthen the thing later on.
Yeah, I don't think they got lazy. I think they got intentional with that. But again, we'll talk about that when we get to it.
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna leave the two of you here at the Tin Man song. Please continue discussing. I'm going to have to toodaloo for about 15-20 minutes. Apologize, audience, but I will be back.
All right.
Whatever will we talk about?
Yeah. So, let's see. Now that we're with the Tin Man, do we have anything to say about his song specifically?
All of their songs, all three of them are very surface level. They're not too deep.
Yeah.
But it's explaining their wants.
One thing I do like is I like that the beat always leads back into the we're off to see the wizard. Like, because they do a good job of keeping the songs like they're thematic to the character, but the notes of it always lead back to we're off to see the wizard, wonderful Wizard of Oz, which is like, I guess if I were to write out the full song, these would be a part of the wonderful Wizard of Oz song. Like, we're off to see it, like they're a part of the journey.
Oh, okay.
So like all their songs
like
are meant.
If a song had X.
Yeah. It's definitely a minor thing, but I think it's something I appreciated going through. At least that's what I think they were trying to do. And
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, here when I mentioned like the Scarecrow takes the leadership role and is smart, he outsmarts the heck out of those trees. Which
yes, he does.
Interesting. Why? I don't know why they care if people eat the apples. They're like, if we pick something off of you, how would you feel? Sure, fair, I guess. But it doesn't seem to hurt you or anything because you just rip them off yourself and chuck them.
Yeah, we get nothing to understand the culture of these trees, what they value, why they feel this way. They're just.
What is their childhood?
Yeah,
what was being a sapling? I want to know these things.
Yeah, we don't really know why, but it is. It is meant to show off that the Scarecrow is clever and that he is familiar with the world. Well, I guess this is a sign that he's interacted with the trees before.
Well, at least he knows what they are.
Yeah. Well, he knows how to get them to throw their apples at them. So I assumed he's.
Well, he didn't know that as like a
surefire. Yeah. So I assume he either knows that it was a surefire thing, or he made a very educated guess about something he heard.
I mean, I read it as him being smart, seeing the type of people or characters they are, and knowing nudging and insulting them would cause them to want to fight.
That's possible. Yeah.
I saw him smart as in goading them into doing it, as he knew they were going to do that.
Yeah, one of my notes for the actually when Sprinks mentioned that they were behind the witch was hiding behind the tree. Mm-hmm. I'm like, one of my notes says it's a little biblical for my taste, and I think it's a reference to like the whole apple of Eden sort of thing.
The devil's around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. Again,
and she's also green, just like a snake. Oh,
yeah. Not to read into it that far, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm like. I can sort of see the symbolism for that there. Just, wrote it down as a possibility.
And apples symbolize knowledge and wisdom, right? And it was the Scarecrow who got the apples, showing how smart he is. I think that's a little nonsense. That's too deep of symbolism for me.
Yeah. Like I said,
that's a Sprinks observation.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Like I could definitely squint and I can see it. I don't know if there's enough there to like if it was the writer's intent or not. So
I will say there was more of those trees in the film, but they got cut out. That Jitterbug song I was talking about, the trees were in there attacking them while they were dancing and stuff.
Oh, that sucks. I wish I could see that.
There was actually footage of that a little bit, not the beginning, but part of the dancing. Somehow that footage made it out. I don't know. It's very low quality. It looks like behind the scenes footage or something.
It looks like something from behind the scenes in the 30s. Got it.
Yeah, because you can see the people in the trees in the back working the arms stuff.
Yeah.
So.
I like
I didn't know they filmed behind the scenes in the 30s.
One of the things I do like about when they I think Scarecrow knocks on the Tin Man, he comments that he hears a very beautiful echo. I kind of like that as a bit of a nod. The Scarecrow can already see that it's a good piece of that the Tin Man's a good person.
Yeah.
Nice little tiny detail I really, really liked. I
think one of the funnier jokes of this was the oil can. And Scarecrow said, "Oil can what?"
Yeah. Yeah,
So quick and
it's
thrown
very
into the
quick.
side
And, yeah.
joke, but it was funny.
Yeah. Well, we're almost at my favorite joke, but we'll get there when we get there.
A problem I had is very minor, but part of the Tin Man's explanation of how he is where he is now was he rusted out while it was raining, and he froze mid chop, but he was not in a pose of chopping.
That's true. I would agree. That's a very good point. Um, how long did he say he was frozen there? He said he was there for a while.
I don't have that written down. I don't know. Did he give an actual time?
I don't remember if he did, but I feel like he said it was a very long time that he was frozen.
Yeah, I think it was something along those lines. A long time.
The witch shows up, casts a fireball at Scarecrow, misses, and he jumps away in fear. And then she proceeds to threaten all of them together.
Interesting question. Do you think a rake should have been put into play here?
A rake?
At some point in the film? Yeah, because in the very beginning, Dorothy's protecting Toto, saying that she went at him with a rake. I feel like that would be something they could have implemented into the dream world a little bit to something.
Yeah, I think there was another in that vein as well. There was another line here where the group were about to go off singing again. Wonderful Wizard of Oz. There was a line I think said by Tin Man saying that we're all friends. You don't remember me? That sort of thing. I think he says something along those lines. I don't remember.
I'm not sure on that. I remember Dorothy saying that they look familiar.
Yes. Obviously it's a reference to the people that she knows.
Yeah.
I also kind of think that, or at least I thought that the trio, the Coward, the Lion, the Tin Man, and the Scarecrow, they were actually Dorothy's toys growing up. Like toys for her in the real world. Which was, I don't know. I know
possible.
It's a very weird.
That would explain the randomness of a Tin Man and a lion.
A Tin Man, a lion, and a Scarecrow. The Scarecrow makes more sense. She works on a farm.
At a farm, yeah.
But yeah, at least that's kind of where another interpretation I had on it, where your toys can come to life in your dreams, that sort of thing. For
it would be interesting to see her bedroom, to see maybe if there was a lion or a tin toy in there or something.
Yeah.
Because they are very random to have in your dream, a talking lion and a Tin Man.
Otherwise,
be interesting to have meaning behind them. The only thing I could think of with the Tin Man was the real world guy. He was holding a tin bucket. So that's
kind of funny.
That's all I could think.
That's kind of funny. Let's see. Do I have anything else for this particular scene? Do you?
Double check.
Because I don't think I do. So I'm ready to hop off to the Forest of Endor here.
Yeah. I guess that's all I got for Tin Man stuff.
All right, off to the wonderful Forest of Endor. I kind of like that it's just having a bit of a jolly old time at the start, and then they start talking about the things that could attack them in the forest, and they slowly get progressively more scared.
Yeah.
It amused me.
Lions and tigers and bear. Oh my! Lions and tigers and bear. Oh my! I guess my only problem with this forest scene was it didn't feel scary. It didn't feel like a dark place. It doesn't feel like the other forest where they get kidnapped by the monkeys. It doesn't feel scary when they're trying to build it up like, ooh, there's beasts in here that can attack. It's going to get dark soon. This is a scary forest. But I don't feel like they even tried to make it a scary forest.
Yeah, I think it's... looking at the screenshots right now, it might be we have to do with the lighting because it's very bright lighting, even though it's like.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they definitely could have done like they could have played like your standard jungle board sounds, like from speakers somewhere out there to make it feel not more enclosed but more um, claustrophobic and scary. I guess it would add more atmosphere.
And the only thing that kind of did to make it feel scary is there were some noises going on here and there.
And like I said,
But,
they could have played that up to 11 a bit more. Like the only hint that we have is that it's scary is that our characters are freaking out, which is fine. But I would still like the worlds to emphasize it a little bit.
yeah, I mean, you could have the best actor in the world in a white room panicking, but you don't know the context to why they're panicking because it's in a white room.
Yeah.
So the environment matters when building up
Context, environment always
acting.
matters. Yes. I like that the Cowardly Lion has a big game talk when he comes out finally. He's just
Put him up, put him up.
he wants to pick a fight, which is a very big.
Oh, you're coming up behind me, huh?
It's a very, very big contrast to what he actually is. So, I want your thoughts as to why he would do this at all.
I think the Tin Man was the most useless of the three, and the Cowardly Lion's the worst written of the three, I think. Because him being the Cowardly Lion, he's afraid of everything. You're right. He would have no reason to even pop up in front of these people.
Yeah,
He should be afraid of these people.
Yeah.
And it takes courage to even act. Like, put him up, put him up. That's take courage to do it. It takes courage to sing in front of people, like the king bit, where it was his kind of solo.
Yeah.
He does a lot of stuff that
like I
takes
actually
courage.
Yeah, one of the things that I would have liked to have seen in a better character arc for the Cowardly Lion is like maybe he is trying to work himself up to trying to scare them, so that you can see him trying to work himself up to do this. But it would be interesting to see like every time one of them twitches, he jumps. So it's still very clear that he's terrified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree. That would be better.
That would be better.
Some agency.
Yeah, and then they would also add something a little more later as to when he wants to be king, pretty much. Like that could be something that's like a well earned thing. Like he tries to, like they all like his friends ask him essentially to open up. He is constantly saying no, and then eventually he gives in to be honest, and that's when he starts singing. I think that's would have been. I think that would have fixed a lot of my issues with the Cowardly Lion because as it stands, he has no reason to do this.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, agency would be good because any other agency he gets is literally just telling people, "Stop me from doing this."
Yeah,
that's all his agency is, telling other people to have him not do it. Which I don't think is enough.
And man, he changes on a dime when Dorothy smacks him.
Oh, why'd you have to go and hit me?
You were picking a fight. It's your fault.
Yeah. What a coward.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons, like, I remember the Tin Man and I remember the Scarecrow, but one of the reasons I forgot the Cowardly Lion was definitely this scene. I think he is the weakest of all the introductions.
Yeah, and I guess both of his songs aren't very memorable. The King one and this one.
I like the end of the King one, but I don't like the song.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much my memory of this from elementary school essentially stopped here. After the lion's introduction, stopped here, and then there were sprinkles. I remember the man behind the curtain, her sending out the monkeys, and her melting. I didn't remember the Emerald City, the poppies. I didn't remember any of that stuff.
That's fair. I'm trying to think about. I don't really have anything more to say on the character lines. Then I agree. With you, I guess. It's pretty out of character. It's just like it doesn't make sense that he would do this.
It's unfortunate. I wish Sprinks was here for this part.
Yeah. Oh well. We can bring
I
it.
feel like he'd be the differing opinion on it.
We can drag him in when he gets back. And then we actually cut to the witch. I think explaining how she's going to get them now with the lilies in the field.
Yes, poison the poppies.
Yes.
Put them to sleep. For reasons.
Yeah, and one of the things that she fixes, she says they're attractive to the eye and soothing with the smell, which I kind of like her reasoning with that.
What administering the poisons? Yeah. My question is why she needs to put them to sleep.
Well, I mean, it would be easier to take them if she put them to sleep.
That was not an issue at all to take them.
Yes, I know. It's just, that's what they think the movie is trying to tell us. Though one thing that's interesting to note, the yellow road just fucking stops, and then restarts at the end of the poppy field for some fucking reason.
Yeah, that just shows that that's been there for a very long time, to the extent where dirt covered the road and then the dirt grew flowers, which takes about a decade probably to do.
Yeah.
And that's assuming the sidewalk doesn't get a lot of foot traffic, because that would kick the dirt away as well.
It gets no foot traffic, apparently.
Zero foot traffic for a decade.
Even though
don't buy it.
Even though the city of Oz is great, powerful, and wonderful, it's a fucking metropolis.
And there's only one road leading to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, very convenient.
Yeah.
Unless the witch spawned those flowers there.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation.
One of the notes of the music is they arrived at the poppy field. It's the Wizard of Oz orchestral. Like it's the music without the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
So it was nice. I liked it. And then, what did you think of the metropolis look of Emerald City from a distance?
Emerald City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's striking. It's at this point iconic.
Yeah. Because I know you and I kind of talked about it, and I still can't place where I've seen what fills the gap in my head for what it looks like.
Yeah, the only thing I could explain to you off podcast was Fortress of Solitude from Superman Returns, because Lex Luthor makes that giant kryptonite island thing.
Yeah. And like the Fortress of Solitude also has the very, very crystalline look, which is what the city has, or at least instead of Wizard of Oz's actual lair, it has the very, very crystalline look. I just thought of this right now, and this might be where my brain went. Do you remember what Beacon looked like in Ruby, like the distance shots?
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of that. Like it has the whole like a little bit of the distant castle vibes and pointed towers.
Sure, I can see it.
There's a little bit of that there. I'm still lost as to what my brain went to for what it was reminding me of.
Yeah, I can't really think of any other alternatives than just the Superman one.
Yeah.
But you've watched a lot of animations. There's probably a lot of castles like that. Would be reminiscent, not just Ruby.
Maybe. Of the like fantasy anime that I've seen, they were all medieval looking. We never saw them like some futuristic cyberpunk castle from a distance. All right. And then the Goodwitch steps in to help. Yay. She's just
How convenient.
How convenient.
Guess it implies she's been watching them the whole time? Could have helped the entire time on her journey.
Yeah.
Or as I mentioned earlier, just take her to the darn city.
Yeah, it would have been nice. But evidently she's like, they need to have a growth. They need to have a growing experience.
They need to take in some asbestos snow for some reason.
I didn't know that snow was asbestos, so I'm going to be honest. Like, you mentioned it, and then I think Spriggs doubled down on it.
Spring brought it up. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I thought that was like the one like behind the scenes fact everybody knew about this movie was the asbestos snow and the Tin Man being poisoned. I thought those were like the common ones.
I knew the Tin Men being poisoned one, but I definitely didn't know the asbestos one. And if I did know, I forgot it.
I don't really know why the snow was the solution to the sleeping.
No, I don't know either. My guess is that like the cold is shriveling up the flowers, and therefore the Wicked Witch's spell. If I were to write that hard into this film,
something I do like about the sleeping in the poppy fields is that only the living organisms were affected. So Scarecrow and Tin Man did not go to sleep because they are not living.
technically, yes.
And then it brings up a flaw of why the Tin Man couldn't carry Dorothy. Makes sense that Scarecrow couldn't, but Tin Man should have been able to pick her up.
Yeah. I was expecting, because I didn't really remember what happened, I was expecting Tin Man and Scarecrow to carry them to the Yellow Brick Road. But no, that's not what happened. So
No, they both tried to pick her up and gave up immediately when Scarecrow couldn't do it. And then they just screamed for help! Help! And Glynda's like, don't worry, I've been manipulating the story all along. I'll help you along.
I'm a kind-hearted person.
Let's see, anything else?
Before we get to my favorite joke in the movie. Yeah, I don't think I have anything. So
yeah, that was it.
all right. So we arrive at Emerald City. Emerald City. Why does that sound familiar? Fuck.
Wizard of Oz.
Republic City. I don't know why I'm confusing the two of those things. So they arrive at the door, and we get my favorite gag, which is the bell out of order gag. Like, don't ring the bell.
Mm-hmm.
Out
of order, please knock.
Which is funny because they definitely ring the bell, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It is a working bell.
Yeah, and I found that funny just because I'm a simple man, so the joke got me, especially when the whole group read it out loud.
And get a glimpse, I guess, at the Great Wizard, because the actor played 4 different people in this kingdom.
Yep, he plays the doorman. He plays the not
carriage cabbie.
Yeah, he plays the cabbie, and then he plays the other doorman for the actual lair.
Mm-hmm.
Which maybe that was intentional because if he's the one to greet the door, he knows who's coming to the city to visit him.
Yeah. Question is, does his people know? Because they don't know what he looks like, I guess. So
they see the giant weird Medora's mask, kind of.
Well, he said as the doorman, the first one, that no one has ever seen the wizard. So I would imagine his subjects wouldn't have even seen the green face either. Because he guards the door himself as well. But I think the subjects would catch on that there's 3 of the same person hopping around getting dressed.
I just thought of another strange headcanon. Since this is all Dorothy's dream, and she's never seen snow living in the Midwest, her equivalent in her head is asbestos.
There's nothing that refutes that. that can work. Except for the fact that sometimes it snows before a tornado. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that happens in Kansas,
I know.
or if you
I
need
know.
kind of to be
I
by
know.
water for
I
that.
know it can hail before a tornado. I've gotten a couple tornado warnings out where I've lived in over the last few years. Um, it does hail. Like that's I think the closest I've gotten to snow.
Yeah, I've looked it up before because of Life is Strange. Kind of became a talking point in it. And yeah, snow is a thing as well as hail.
Um,
Wonderful. It's a nice indicator that you're about to get rocked by a tornado.
it's a nice indicator you're about to die. Let's see.
Bring out your squirrel suit. You're gonna have a fun ride.
Yeah, and then we arrive in Sprinks' favorite city because everything's green. And
Yes, the city of green.
as friends of Sprinks, we can attest that his favorite color is green.
That can be confirmed.
Where this come from? My notes say Cabbage Man. Like I know it's a reference to Avatar, but I don't know why it's there in my notes. Oh, maybe it's supposed to be Carriage Man.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, it would.
Welcome back, Sprinks.
Thank you. Where are the two of you currently?
We just entered the Emerald City.
Oh boy. It gives me to go through my notes. Sorry for interrupting. If you're currently on something, please continue.
No,
we are not.
We were not. We were gonna. I was gonna involve you in our discussion about the lion. Of the core group, I think Crimson and I have agreed he's probably the worst written character.
Out of the four.
Yes, out of the four.
Worst written character.
Because we kind of agree that he has no reason to jump out and try to pick a fight with them at all.
Well, for purpose at the beginning, I guess so. I don't know if that's the only path that leads to the Emerald City, because then multiple people would be going down that yellow brick road to get there. But if it's not, a direct way, then it's probably pretty rare to find people walking by. So he took the opportunity, but that's kind of the up air choice.
You should be afraid of them.
Yeah. No, the point of what we were saying is that he's too cowardly to do that.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense why he would go out and just try to pick a fight. Because all he's doing is he's asking to put up a fight. And it makes no sense with what we know his character to be.
Yeah, it would make more sense if there's any point later in the movie where he tries to pick a fight with someone else. Because it's a one and done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree it's the worst introduction.
Well, okay, so you're implying he's not the worst then. So who would be the worst?
I'm trying to... I don't know if he's better or worse than Tin Man. Because Tin Man is hard because the heart thing and use of emotions. I don't know how big is he on the moat. He kind of just points at Scarecrow to do most of the work for him that he doesn't really want to do at times. But the Cowardly Lion actually has more of a goal and he wants to be not scared, king of the forest, has a whole number on it. Tries to fall on, has attempts. The Tin Man doesn't seem to have a want or a goal to go with.
He wants a heart.
Well, he'd like a heart.
They all have their
wants.
wants.
To be very forward with wanting a heart. He just kind of Tin Man to me feels like the guy in the back just watching the rest of the group and agreeing. So I don't. When it comes to writing, I feel like the Lion says a lot more for his character and things, even though it can be silly and dumb, but a lot more for the Lion than Tin Man for himself.
I agree Lion has more, but doesn't mean the more is better written.
No. I don't know. I'm going to go with... There's not, to me, a clear last place.
Okay. Yeah. Then from there on, if you got any notes you want to bring us up to, because we'd only just gotten to the city, so we kind of covered.
Okay, so I'll go up to the city. The voice that says "Wharf, we're out there, Romeo," that they all look around and obviously can hear.
Yep.
What is that entity?
No idea. No idea at all. I originally thought it was Dorthy, and then in the beginning of this, you said she said that it was the Snow White thing, so I
Yeah.
have no idea what
That's
that
came
was
out of the
now.
voice. Okay, and then Dorothy never says it, or it's Judy Garland's voiceover. It's not that. And then I guess later when they're going to the Emerald City and the song starts playing, that you're out of the woods, that song starts playing, and they all kind of hesitate in the poppies because they hear the
Mhm.
voices again. Are those entities one and the same?
Do they stop because of voices?
They're in the poppies waking up, and they're going to go to the Emerald City, and that song starts playing, and they all pause and look around, looking for where this music's coming from, so they can hear it.
I didn't read that.
So I don't
that's
know
true.
if
They
this,
can hear that song, can't they?
yeah.
When
So
they're-
I don't know if
yeah.
the Wherefore Out There Romeo is the same kind of entity as that song playing. And
Maybe
I only
that's the ant singing in the real world, trying to wake her up.
oh,
Ooh, that
I
would
don't
be
know. I didn't
interesting.
think of that. The only thing I thought of that's something invisible that actually interacts in any way is a spook. Because later on we see like spooks aren't real, and then they lift Tin Man up and throw him. So I don't know if these
Yeah.
voices are spooks. That's the
Could
only
be.
connection I could make. But so that's just
Could be
something that I
spook,
thought.
could be ant, could be nothing, and they threw that in there. I don't know.
I really like just the Foley and sound effects for Tin Man. That they're not over the top, they're not annoying, they're not loud. It's just to me a right amount. Doesn't necessarily go hand in hand with music or timing, but the use of it I think works, and I like that. You don't hear like straw rustling the whole time with Scarecrow, or Toto just barking randomly at points. So I think the use of Tin Man's sound effects are most used and well done.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know.
I was going to
go
ask
ahead,
you a
Alex.
question about the lion. We tackled a little bit of the atmosphere of the forest and how they were building up. Like there's lions, tigers, and bears. It's
Oh my.
scary. It's going to get dark soon. I brought up how I feel like they didn't do a good job with the atmosphere of the forest because it didn't feel scary, but the cast were trying to build it up to be.
Yeah, I think the forest to the Wicked Witches was far scarier.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's because Scarecrow said they didn't really say it's going to turn night. I think Scarecrow just said it's going to be darker before it gets lighter. So I think it's just like canopy covered and blocks out the sun, so it's dark, but it's not nighttime, because then that would be weird day and night cycle if it comes night in the forest and then day again and then night when they leave Emerald City.
Oh, I got one. Well, okay. After you guys finish your PowerPoint, hold on.
So I think it's just supposed to make it look a little scarier because it's more covered. But
Well, I mean, I would agree, but it was very well lit and bright.
yeah,
And not scary whatsoever. Even
I
if
think that's to help that say
canopy
it's still
covered.
daytime.
Yeah.
Also with Scarecrow being broad daylight and sunny, introducing him, Tin Man in the woods getting closer, still daylight can see him, and then the lion. I think it kind of helps in a way of like the lion comes across as could be a little scary, but especially if it was a real lion. Oh my gosh. But to kind of just keep hand in hand in the rules of three that this is another member of their party being introduced.
Because you keep saying that it's gonna be like and it was originally gonna be like the MGM lion.
I don't know how they would do that.
Yeah.
I think it would be close-ups only.
Yeah, I think so as well. But I keep going back to like Aslan from Narnia, just more
Okay.
cowardly.
That'd be weird.
Yes, it would be.
Because they don't have the technology for that. It would just be a voiceover
Aslan
the whole
was
time.
the man. All right.
That's Liam Neeson. It's Qui-Gon Jinn.
Indeed.
I don't know if you two covered it. The Pathfinder emote that Tin Man does.
Nope.
Oh, Pathfinder takes it from Tin Man. The whacking the knees, whacking the chest, and then the smoke out of his head.
Yes.
Yes, I've seen Crimson use that multiple times in Apex Legends.
I've used that multiple times in many fan
Yeah.
questions as well.
We brought up how the yellow road is covered for some reason.
I'm trying to go linear. I'll get to that.
Okay.
That was a big question for me. Wicked Witch coming up to Tin Man and saying one throws a fireball and says, "When you play ball, does she know what baseball is?"
Dorothy does.
But she doesn't say want to play catch.
Dorothy's dream. If Dorothy knows it, Witch would know it. That's how I'm going at it.
I didn't go through this thinking it was Dorothy's dream. So
yeah, well, I mean, it makes the most sense and it would help the movie. So
okay. The Scarecrow, Tin Man, and Lion, all their introduction songs are the same rhythm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mentioned.
Writer brought that up. Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of treated as like one long song, kind of.
I guess so. Okay. Now up to my notes. The poppy thing. Was the poppy field there the whole time and simply just got poisoned, or did the Wicked Witch grow them?
I would assume
nothing we got.
Nothing we got. Yeah.
That was my question. And the expert I was talking on to fact check by facts also was stumped and never thought of that.
I would assume that the witch would have had to grow them, but we really have nothing on it because Crimson and I talked about how, for some reason, the Yellow Brick Road is just covered with poppies, and it just restarts at a certain point.
It comes out of the poppies are grown over it.
Yeah. Kind of.
To me, that was an example that the Wicked Witch grew them. Because nothing else is obstructing the Yellow Brick Road except for, I guess, the tree in the forest that the Scarecrow kind of hides on. But it's not fully blocking the road. It's just in it. Because Tin Man kind of goes off the curb.
If we want to be generous, it was the witch that grew it. But we don't have anything that says it. Because what they could have done, because the reason she picked the poppies was because they're enticing to look at and to approach.
But we also see them already in the crystal ball too. So like she already at the point of where she's talking about this plan, we see the poppies in her crystal ball. Like she didn't grow them. That's my whole thing.
Oh,
we don't see them growing, but the crystal ball could also just be a transition to get to the scene.
Why wouldn't she be?
We're seeing it through the witch's eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a real world and an audience thing. I don't think it's just an audience thing. Springs the crystal ball there. But what I was saying, the whole point of poppies is to get their attention, to make it approachable. They could have had the sidewalk not covered, but them getting distracted and approaching the flowers that are just on the sides of the path, and then just touching them does it or something. Right?
True. I think that would have been
could have been like a hypnotic thing, like, oh my gosh, beautiful flowers.
Yeah, that could be played as a little more of the Adam and Eve thing, like, stay on the path, and it's like, oh well, look at that, and be tempted.
Yeah, I'm kind of on.
Tempted.
I'm kind of on Crimson's. I kind of agree with Crimson, where it's like I would like to believe the witch did it because it would explain it away, but we have nothing about the witch growing them.
No. There's nothing growing. The only connection I see is that the poison she's using is red and the poppies are red. So it matches the color.
Yeah.
But there's nothing shown of the poppies being grown or anything. It just cuts to them. I'm just on the side that she did grow them because they're obstructing the Yellow Brick Road right in front of Emerald City, and I'm guessing they would be cut or trimmed back. If that was the case. But it's all right.
All right. I just to kind of briefly gloss over. My favorite gag is the bell out of order gag, which is where they ring the bell. The guy, yells at them.
Oh yeah.
And then he hangs a sign saying the bell's out of order. And I like that the group just all read it out loud. So just kind of reiterating for you. But yeah.
Well, it's a wizard.
Yeah, it is the wizard.
Or Professor Marvel. He plays like 5 characters in this movie.
Yeah, we talked about the 4 characters he is within the city, the Emerald City. So I don't know if you have anything to talk about that because we covered that.
No. It's just 4 characters in the city: the coachman, the doorman, the guard, I guess, and then the wizard. What you could also say he's both the man behind the curtain and the wizard if you count those as 2 separate things.
It's
but
the same character.
I think they're the same.
All right, then I guess so let's just go in the city, right?
Boy, I like the look of the city. It's really green.
Called it. I called it.
I like it.
Yeah, you did.
Also for emerald, it's not like shiny, gemstone. It's just green.
Yeah. I, in my notes, like I said, I have it specifically this. After Sprinks comments that he loves the city, here's your notes.
Yeah.
So, but I'm like, my comment is, man, it must have taken them forever to mine it, or they traded it with a bunch of villagers and traders.
They're wizards.
Yeah.
They just spawned it.
Also, another fact that I didn't bring up. The original Technicolor of the Yellow Brick Road made it appear to look green, so they had to repaint it. So I'm curious, how green is this green? Or I guess more on the other side, like how yellow is the Yellow Brick Road to make it not look green in Technicolor if it was a problem? Because this could be really diluted green if that's the case. I don't fully know that. I just know there was a problem.
Could be maybe set photos out there. I don't know. That show what it actually looks like.
Maybe. I had a question. What is the accent of the coachman?
Great question.
Because he has an accent.
Shoot, I would have loved to re-listen to that right now, but I can't because I'm recording. So
Yeah, I wrote down that it might be Irish, but it's not full.
It's
Irish.
Dublin. I'm just guessing.
Dublin. Oh, okay.
I'm just guessing.
I think
So
he's
it's
the
a
only
matter
one
of fact
with an
then.
accent.
Yeah. I think it's it is within the Irish range, which is why my guess is I say Dublin, Ireland for funnies, but it's possible because I know there's different accents wherever you go in the UK.
Yeah.
So
And I'm sure it's a way to cover up the actor not sounding like all the other characters of him.
Yeah.
So, Crimson, why don't you go?
Oh, yes. So we got the Wash and Brush Up Company. I would like to chop it up to a dream, but I find it convenient nonetheless that they had the proper equipment for each of their needs set up in that building.
Well, I guess that brings up the question, is there only one of each? Well, Dorothy's pretty easy because any Emerald City resident could do what Dorothy did or got treated. But is there only one Lion, Scarecrow, and Tin Man in all of Oz?
No clue.
Well,
we know there's lions.
Yes.
They say plural.
We know
in
that the
forest.
Tin Man
It's
was
lions.
built, so we can assume that the tinsmith, because he says his tinsmith didn't give him a heart. We can
Yes.
assume that there might be other tin men out there. And it would be easy to assume that there's more than one Scarecrow. The only
Because if
odd
there's
one
more
might
than
be the
one-
lion.
It'd make more sense.
There's nothing more in Oz. That's the issue I would take. Like, there's no more Tin Men or Scarecrows in Oz, but I think they are not the only ones in the world.
Okay.
It's just convenient that they're all lined up next to each other in one business
It's just
location.
customizable, Crimson.
Yeah.
It's a blank slate, and they're like, oh, okay, you're a Tin Man, and then they just pull it down from the ceiling.
Yeah, we would just bring out the buffer machine and polish you up.
I mean, it is a city of fantastical machinery, apparently.
It's a city of insane laughing people.
Yeah.
We work for an hour a day and laugh our heads off.
No wonder you love this place, Springs.
They're silly people.
Um,
I have a question for my note coming up. When the lion gives his song about being the king of the forest, how he pronounces forest, how would you describe the way he says it or sings it?
I'm going to need you to try to emulate because I don't remember how he said it.
I can't do that over a mic. I can't do that over my setup right now. Oh
Come
gosh,
on.
audience, I'm sorry. It's King of the Fora.
Oh, okay. That
Gargles the R. It's not a rolled R, or at least I wouldn't consider it a rolled R, but it's like
that's like he's
gargling.
gurgling.
I don't know. I think it's an opera technique.
Could be. I didn't like it. I didn't like the song. Right when I brought up how it's kind of out of his character to perform in front of people. Because at this point, that was like a performance piece. The other stuff could be, could not be.
You can work with it.
This was him active, being a performer in front of everyone, which you kind of need courage to do.
Yeah. Well, it is showing that all these characters have what they're looking for already. But
yeah.
I think Scarecrow biggest of all. Okay. Ryder, why don't you go ahead and go?
Sure. I guess it's kind of similar to that where I don't really like the Lions song. And it's not that I don't like the intent behind it. I just don't like that it felt rushed, even though he didn't get his song when we first meet him, because his song is very, very brief, and then we just kind of cut away. Like he is the shortest one of the group, pretty much. So I sort of took this as his actual entrance song. Like this is his proper introduction. I didn't quite like it. Because I'm kind of in the boat with Crimson, where it's just that it felt out of character. Like yes, we wanted to have courage and stuff like that, but I think I would have appreciated it a bit more if we could see him bond with the group a little bit beforehand, because he doesn't really bond with them. He just kind of falls asleep in a field. That's
pretty much.
Yeah.
And gets a perm or whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. Something to touch on in the field. Scarecrow tries to move Dorothy and can't. It's too weak.
Yep.
I just like that to be noted.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He's nothing but straw.
Yeah. Do you guys think, because it's a cut, and I know it's not the one used, but do you think the Tin Man hitting the pot with his axe to create a crown was a one-take scene?
Probably not. But I don't know.
Okay. Because after he puts it on the lion, it cuts to more of a close-up, and it's a different shape and modeled crown. But I was just curious if you guys thought that was a one-take, if the one that Cowardly Lion is wearing is actually one of the takes pots that was crashed, if there are multiple takes.
That was definitely a manufactured crown. That was not a coincidence from breaking a pot.
Okay.
In terms of no takes, I don't know. Usually you film more than one take on anything, even if you get a good shot. So I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I don't really have anything to say on that, sadly. I don't remember enough to comment on it. I actually skipped over you talking about the field. Incidentally, Springs brought me back one of my notes. I think one of the first shots of them running through the field, I think they were running on a treadmill.
Oh.
It's very, very brief. And then it kind of pans out with them actually running through the flowers.
I don't know if they'd have a treadmill.
Or something to that effect is kind of what it was a very, very weird cut where it made like, where like they were.
I think it would be weird if they're moving the set in the background to make it look slower. I don't think that's feasible.
Yeah, I don't think that's feasible either. But it looked to me in the cut where like the flowers around them weren't moving even though they are. It was kind of one of those things. It was very brief. It was very, very short cut.
I didn't catch it. I think I know what you're talking about, but I didn't write it down.
yeah, like I said, it's just a minor thing. That's all. So
Could it be that they had 2 sets?
could be.
Like one set was the wider shot one, and one was this
I
closer
mean,
treadmill.
they're putting this much effort in. I wouldn't be surprised if they had 2 sets.
Okay. Oh, Crimson, what?
I was reading my notes.
Okay, never mind. I find it interesting that Scarecrow knows dinosaurs because he says brontosaurus.
If Dorothy knows it, they know it.
That's just Crimson's answer. Got it.
I mean,
I mean, that's how it has to work in this world.
it's what they want us to can see. Like that's what they go for. So yes, that is the answer.
Okay.
If I don't go with this dream world thing, which we all established it most likely is, then there would be a lot more problems in this, and my objective score would go down.
Okay.
So-
I'm just giving questions I saw.
Yeah, I mean, so that's going to be the base answer for a lot of things, just because it has to be this, otherwise the story suffers immensely.
Okay.
Yeah, because if they wanted to do like their own, if they wanted to do a Narnia kind of thing, they would have to have made that more clear.
Yeah, Dorothy wakes up and goes, "Oh, you wouldn't believe me of where I was," and then Auntie Em leans in and goes, "Try me."
Yeah, sure. This is definitely very, very direct, but sure.
Slughorn pops out.
Ooh. Okay, in this dream world, is it normal for people to be sweating tears?
Saw that immediately
Because
thought the airplane scene.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I
sweating.
wrote in my note. The dude is sweating tears. I'm sure it's rigged up under his hat.
He just looked like a mess.
Yeah.
I don't know where it was originally.
I don't know what you're talking about. What am I missing?
Oh, when Dorothy starts crying that they can't see the wizard, and the
Oh,
guard is just crying there.
because he's listening.
I had
yes.
an aunt once.
Okay.
He's just a wreck.
That was kind of
Yeah,
funny.
that was
Yeah.
pretty amusing.
Yeah, Crimson, I agree. It was like airplane just sweating. Okay, just curious. All right. Ryder, go ahead with something.
All right. Let's see. They have the. I'll go through my notes real quick. Everyone freaks out after the Wicked Witch airplane draws in the sky.
Surrender, Dorothy.
I thought it was pretty funny. But the clouds would not have been able to. The words
They
wouldn't
stayed there
remain
for a
that
while.
long. Yeah.
No.
But again, just a minor thing. Does break the story.
I
Dream
would
world.
love to know how people viewed that when this came out. Because today it's very cheesy, but I would love to know what people thought of the witch flying in this.
I wouldn't know. Yeah. But I like that the entire city just freaks out and goes to talk to Oz.
Yeah. Even though no one's seen him.
No one's seen him, but he's still like more or less their protector, or ruler, or whatever position he is.
Yes.
And guard Oz with his flimsy weapon. Tells them to shoo off. It's all right.
Everything is just made of rubber.
Yeah, that was always the most apparent.
Oh. Another point then the rubber weapons would be like too.
Oh, you're asking me to point out another one? Or?
Yeah, I'm just giving you the floor if you got something.
No, it was pretty much just 2 times with his gun. I noticed. I'm sure it popped up everywhere, but those were the 2 times very obviously that I noticed it.
Okay.
I'd imagine you caught more.
Of rubber weaponry, no, kind of that, and when the Winkies are throwing their spears at Toto, they just kind of
okay.
bounce off the ground. Could be plastic more, but definitely not metal.
the great and powerful Oz is set up with all the smoke machines and everything, the flames,
Yes.
the Martian on the wall.
The Martian.
That's exactly what he was. It's good imagery. It's very iconic. That's why it shows up in a lot of media. Kind of cheesy now, like the witch flying around. His request for the broom is an interesting one. Did he just want them to die?
I think he found it as an impossible task.
Yeah, so he sent them on a suicide quest.
Yeah.
He either sent them on a suicide quest, or he didn't expect them to do it or come back to get what he couldn't give them, more or less.
Because they came back with it, and he still was like hesitating, like,
come back tomorrow.
Come back tomorrow.
Yeah, at that point he's like, oh shit, they actually,
Yeah, they're alive, all 4 of them, and the meddling dog too. It's like, oh my god.
I liquefied her. What are they going to do to me?
Yeah. Speaking about the smoke, I'll touch on a little. I think it's used more for the audience to see it than for the actual effects of being in the film. And you can take this as objective or not. When the first introduction of the wizard is telling them their quest to go get the broom, red smoke is shown and used, much like the Wicked Witch appearing and disappearing. Whereas later when they arrive, it's just normal smoke with the green lighting. And I think the red smoke is used here to show more so than the lion appearing and attacking, which is out of character, of like put it up and try to fight. It's shown here of a way of being the wizard is a scary character, or could be more villain, not necessarily of like in cahoots with the Wicked Witch because they both use red smoke, but seen as a display that this could be a bad character, like a bad guy.
Sure, in a meta sense for the audience sake, I can agree with that.
Yeah. I do like the hallway that they walk down to get to the wizard.
Oh, yeah.
It's very like enclosed, crystalline. You can kind of feels claustrophobic with the few shots that we have in that hallway.
I also like what that when they enter, and we talked about this with the lion's tail. When they enter, the tail is under Scarecrow's arm, and then slowly moves to the back, and you can see Scarecrow's hand kind of trying to keep the tail from just falling while they enter. And then when they're in, they have the whole gag of the lion just holding his tail the whole time. And that's a gag I like, when he goes, someone pulled my tail, and it's like, it's you. You're holding it the whole time.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, to just keep it in line so it's not dragging behind them.
I'm done with the kingdom here, city.
Let's see. I'm going through it now. I
have a little thing, but
I like
go ahead,
that
Ryder.
Dorothy dresses Oz down after he makes the lion pass out. Like Dorothy yells at him.
You're a bad man.
And I also kind of, and then once the lion wakes up, he just kind of runs, and that's how he cut the scene.
Oh, it's just jumping through the sugar glass, yeah. Or I'm going to guess that it's sugar glass, but with the production stories we've heard of the past, could be totally normal glass. Who knows?
Yeah, they use plexiglass.
A little thing I have is, I know they're all scared of the wizard and they're all shivering, but Scarecrow never comments about fire.
Yeah,
and he wasn't really close to
it. He
it.
sees the fire. That's fair.
There's constant fire on the wizard, and he never brings it up when that's the one thing he's scared of.
Yeah,
I'm okay with it because I wasn't really close to him.
I guess it gives a reason why he's shivering with the rest of them. I believe everyone's just scared of the wizard.
It would have been interesting if the wizard actually threatened to burn him, because I don't think he does, right?
No, he calls him bovine fodder.
Yeah.
And then the Scarecrow just stumbles
all of them.
Yeah. And the Scarecrow
You're
just stumbles
fire
on him, like, your honor, your wizardry. that was something that just catch my mind, is that Scarecrow never talked about the fire or something like that.
Yeah, then I am done with Emerald City for now.
I am also done with Emerald City. To
Yeah,
go to the haunted spooky
witch.
forest.
Yeah, I'll hop to
Well,
the witch because we're doing
actually,
the popcorn for
I
a
have a
minute.
I have a slight thing before that. They use a fade to black transition.
Yeah,
They do, yeah.
Which I believe is a one-time use. Or do they use it again when Dorothy wakes up in bed? Is that a fade out of black?
I don't remember.
Okay. Anyway, it's another rare transition in the film. That's what I'm saying. It's not, and if you've seen it, it's not a Prisoner of Azkaban fade in, fade out billion times.
So because they only used it potentially once, does that get knocked half a point objectively on your scale?
Chris, that's a tight question. I have
because why not use it more?
I have to judge it for the time period of 1939. It's a creative difference that they didn't use the nightmare blending they did all the time.
Wait, hold on. Do you actually find that as a problem with Prisoner of Azkaban that they use that transition all the time?
It's a little annoying.
Okay, we'll get there when we get there.
They do it about 14 times, but yeah, that's different. That's another day. Yeah. I like the creative difference in this film that they do different transitions. I like that. I'm pinpointing out as a difference because it is only, I believe right now, one time. I'll have to have it up in the background, so when we get there, I'll see if it occurs again when she comes out of the dream, because I think that's the second time. But rather than just cuts to cuts to cuts, which is what they would have done with film reel, they actually have edited in transitions, which are harder to do for the film. And I'm glad they didn't go with one approach that worked, and it's like, okay, this is all we're doing, and they had multiple transitions for creative difference.
Okay. I'll jump to the witch sending the monkeys.
Oh, I thought you wanted to touch on the owls, but okay.
Well, we're doing popcorn, right? So far, we've been strictly linear for a while here. So
okay, the monkeys,
popcorn, quote unquote.
You can go back to the owls.
Right. Sorry,
so
go ahead.
Witch sending out the monkeys. My problem with this, other than the monkeys look a little weird, but whatever. It's kind of iconic at this point what they look like. Is she sent out her monkey that she's talking to rally up the army and pick them up, but they're already flying in the window on the way to pick her up.
They're just heard calling outside, you know, like buzzing around a nest, I guess.
Yeah, so I noticed that.
I got a comment.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so our gang arrived with weapons, mallets, and other things. They're going to be really useful if they hold on to them, right?
Yeah, besides Tin Man's axe, you have a wrench, a net, a hammer, or like a mallet, I guess, a very rubberized walking stick, and a 6-shooter revolver.
Yeah, all very useful weapons, and I'm sure they're going to come in handy. Because, I mean, you know, why would the D&D party leave their weapons before they go on their adventure?
I mean, unfortunately, Ryder, they do somewhat just disappear. You don't kind of see them laying about. The only one you see is the monkeys take the axe from Tin Man. Yeah. But the other weapons just vanish.
Yep. It's a bit of a problem. Just a tiny bit, because they would have been useful. It would have probably added a little bit more when they were ambushed.
Probably. Maybe that would have gone away from the rated G rating if they start shooting monkeys.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Popping them on the head.
Wait. Did you say that a monkey stole the axe?
Was it not? When Tin Man was surrounded by the monkeys, didn't the monkeys take the axe out of his hand?
That's a problem.
They didn't.
Well, it ripped it out of his hand. I don't know if they took it. They just ripped it out of his hand.
I don't think they took it. There's no monkey flying away with the axe.
Okay.
It's just when he's cornered, the monkeys above him are pulling it out of his hand.
Okay. All right. Like if they took it, that would have raised a much longer issue.
Yeah,
and
that
then
would be
Tin Man
big.
opens his inventory and takes another axe out. No.
No, he just calls it to it like Thor, just holds his hand out and just flies in.
Oh, where's that version of Wizard of Oz? That'd be cool.
It's the original Stormbreaker.
Somebody did make a Wizard of Oz Avengers Ultron parody.
Yes.
I need to see
I have
that.
seen that. I've seen that. Good.
What was it called? I think it was like Warner Malice or something
know.
was the
We
name of the
don't- we don't-
channel.
I don't know. Okay, you're popping out names, Crimson.
Yeah, that's fine.
If we're referencing something, we
No, I know it's fine.
give them the credit for it.
Giving shout outs.
um,
But yes, all those weapons disappeared, Ryder.
yeah, that's a bit of a problem that I did not like because they would have been useful. They also didn't use them really to defend themselves, so another issue.
Well, they're all made out of rubber. Well, I mean, no, they're totally factual and real, and Oz gave it to him.
Yes.
I think it would have been more malice if they tried using the weapons and they just started breaking and not working.
Did Oz give them the weapons?
We
They
don't
came
see
from-
that.
No, we don't know. Well, Emerald City gave them the weapons.
Yeah, my assumption is
Which
they.
individual we don't know.
Yeah, my assumption is they did what every D&D party does after they get a quest. They go visit the blacksmith and get their weapons fixed or upgrades.
No, they got their. My best guess is they got their weaponry from Emerald City before leaving to the Haunted Forest.
Yeah, that was also my guess as well.
But I
Like,
think it
I
would have
don't-
been interesting if they just started breaking and falling apart, because then it's like a setup of the wizard, expecting them to fail more.
Oh, they would have arrived much more angry.
Oh, yeah.
Change the ending.
We see the existence of a spook, which is, I think, the one and only time that we brought up earlier.
the
So
only one
that's-
time it's confirmed. We can guess.
yeah, it doesn't speak. This one doesn't say anything. It just lifts him up and throws him or drops him,
Just
showing its
screaming-
existence.
Screaming doubter.
I think it's one of these singing things that have occurred before. That's just my theory.
hmm
It is
Um,
kind of randomly thrown in, I think. Because it doesn't have a definitive presence elsewhere.
No, I think it's only to the forest. And it's not something. I'm guessing it's not something in the Wicked Witch's control. She can't control the spooks.
Yeah, it kind of seems like its own entity.
You guys wanted to talk about the wooden birds or whatever.
I think the owls and the vultures, I think, to me, are
Yeah.
the worst set pieces in this whole film. Especially after
Why?
showing previously all the live animals of birds they've had. I think
Oh.
they should have either added the animals they've already shown, or maybe just save one from before and use it now, so it's more like its region is the haunted forest, rather than these fake flickering light owls and vultures.
I took it to like the sort of Disneyland ride animatronic thing. Like it's meant to just be scary because the witch put them there.
I think the
Oh.
whole purpose of them is just to have the eyes be red and menacing, and they can't do that with a real bird.
Okay, I think I'm more on Crimson's side that it was used.
Oh no!
just
Obviously,
with the red
I think
eyes,
that,
but-
obviously I think that's why they did it. I'm just giving a story explanation.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I don't think the Wicked Witch like made these in her lab to just place around the haunted forest.
I mean,
Because
she
they're
definitely
not to
could.
spy,
Wouldn't-
because she's got the crystal ball to do that.
Yeah. Like, so what else would she be doing normally day to day in there? For all we know, she's just brooding there the rest of her life outside of the dream or
They're
whatever.
too busy terrorizing munchkins to build those.
No, that was her sister. Her sister's dead.
Yeah, they feared her too. They seem to terrorize
That is
everyone.
true. She appeared and they all fell over.
Munchkins know their place, apparently.
Crimson, go ahead. Pick something.
Shoot.
Unless you don't have something.
I'm looking at my notes, lost myself in here. Okay, so monkeys get Dorothy. Witch has her at the place. and she threatens to drown the dog in a lake or river. River. That's dark, man.
Yeah, destroy the dog.
She wants to destroy the dog. She wants to drown the dog. Is there anything else you can do that's as bad to a dog?
Vaporize.
Destroy it.
No, see, vaporizations, they theoretically wouldn't feel it.
Yeah, well, same with destroy. That kind of
Dismember.
implies like an
There you go.
explosion. Yeah, dismember the dog.
Turn into a
Jeez
coat
Louise.
slowly.
Behead.
And just like the real world, Toto got away.
Yeah.
And almost died to the guards.
Nah, I mean, he was a small target.
We also
But the
learned
fact that they didn't put the drawbridge back down and chase after it, they just let him get away.
Not worth it.
it's just
And
a dog.
as we see at the end, they don't really like their boss.
No.
Yeah. We also learned that the witch can't take the slippers off. We learned here that she has to kill her, actually.
Lightning shocked? Or just some kind of yellow magic?
Some sort of protection magic, yes.
Yeah.
Which leaves the question, we were for the suffering part, but now that she's got her in her possession, why would she just set a clock instead of just killing her? Because she didn't utilize the time. She didn't torture her or anything.
Well, I mean, the only thing that she does to torture her is the crystal ball thing when she pretends to be Aunt M.
Yeah.
Auntie M, yeah. I thought the hourglass was also a way of torture, of like an anxiety builder.
Like I said, if that was going to lead to something, like, if they, for example, they cut away to, like, one of the things they cut away to is her just laying out tools and stuff. Like, it's also time for her to prepare the torture room or whatever. That might have been something.
I don't think the hourglass is like a poison or like a cursed object that when it runs out, Dorothy would just fall over and die.
Yeah. No, I didn't think that either. And I wrote that down, like, if that was the intention or not, whether I lean towards it not being that, but I can see it being interpreted as that, which makes no sense later on when she just breaks it.
No, and I think it's a little better that it's just I think it's there as an anxiety builder because it's running low when Tin Man finally opens up the door and the Wicked Witch isn't like heading there. Or it's like right there when the hourglass goes down. Like she knew the exact time kind of thing. Because to me, I don't know if that'd be a little more error to the Wicked Witch leaving and coming back at the exact time knowing. So I like it more of just a torture device on Dorothy.
I just don't see it as really enough.
The fact that it gets thrown and explodes like a lamp, like an oil lamp, I don't. Everything the witch throws bursts into flames. I don't know that, but
yeah, I'm okay. Just to kind of reiterate your point, Crimson, the issue you have is that the Wicked Witch is just being very passive.
Well, at this point, her goal is right in front of her. Her objective, get the slippers, is right in front of her.
Yeah, she even says a comment in the scene about killing you's not the issue, but I want to do it. I want to have fun with it. That's the whole. She says something to that effect, but it's still an issue. Yeah.
Do you think she's prepping whatever she's going to do to kill her with?
They would show that.
I'd love to see it.
Okay.
I would be okay with it if they did that, or if even she said, stew on what time you have left while I prep your demise or something.
Yeah, we don't really get anything regarding it.
So it just seems like wasted potential if we were going to torture, either physical, mental, what have you, torture, or prep. We didn't really get either, I think, that much to warrant her not just killing her on the spot.
Okay, with prep, I'm in agreement. Because she does try, to take the slippers off, can't, and then purposefully leaves. So she's still planning. The whole thing is to get them off, but it's not explained what she's going to, why she left to go do something, or if she's bringing something to Dorothy. One of my
comments in my notes is that I think a knife would just solve this right now. It's very quick. This is like
Yeah, because the slippers don't prevent you from dying. Look at her sister. So they just protect themselves from getting removed from the person while they're alive. That's all the shoes protection goes with. Unless the user does some sort of spell, I would imagine. But the shoes don't really do much in this except stay on Dorothy and get her out. That's
Okay.
all the shoes really do.
I'm looking at the lines now. It's Wicked Witch doesn't necessarily care about how to kill Dorothy. It has to be done delicately, or the magic or the spell of the slippers will wear off. So there has to be a certain way to remove them in killing Dorothy, so
is that
the
what she
slippers are
explicitly
still intact.
says? Because
She
I
says,
know the dialogue is explicitly like she's not
but
worrying
that's
over the
not
fact that
what's
she has to kill
worrying
her.
me. But that's not what's worrying me. It's how to do it. These things must be done delicately,
Yeah.
or you hurt the spell.
Oh, she does say,
And
or
then
you
Toto
hurt the
runs
spell.
off. Yeah.
Okay, then that is enough for me. I guess that she's going off to prep something. Because I didn't catch that last bit when I was watching, so.
Okay.
I got the
So
only
she
I
can
got
kill
the
Dorothy.
I got the delicate bit, and I just assumed that was her being sadistic. So.
Okay. So in that case, yeah, it has to be removed somewhere for the spell to stay intact of the Ruby Red Slippers.
Yes, in which case that is enough for me. So.
I'll cut a little earlier. I like the set design look of the dismembered Scarecrow in the ground. I'm guessing his face is coming up under the set.
Yeah.
And just like they throw his his arms over there and threw his chest over here. It's a comedic way of like Scarecrow can't exactly be dead. He could just be a head carried around. Kind of gives me a little like thoughts to CP3O and the Clone Wars.
Empire, I think as well.
And Empire, yeah.
But yes, that is
on Chewie's back.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of funny. I had a really weird thought when our trio, Scarecrow, Lion, and Tin, make their way up the hills to spy on the castle. I was actually brought to Return of the King. Well, actually, I was brought to two scenes from Lord of the Rings. The one where Frodo, Sam, and Gollum are watching the like army of Easterlings marching through the Black Gate in Two Towers, like they're hiding over the rock and looking at it. It was very similar. It was a very similarly framed shot. And then again, for Return of the King, when they're watching the army march past towards Minas Tirith, they're watching it come out of Minas Morgul.
Yes, and then Cowardly Lion like crumbles up the Olympus bread and throws it over.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But those are the two things that I thought of when they were like peering down at the castle to I don't know, making their plan.
Yeah, it's similarly shot. I do agree. And Crimson has no clue what we're talking about, other than that it's Lord of the Rings.
I'm just thinking of this scene coming up where like give the plan for the Lion to infiltrate, which then just doesn't happen because the guards sneak up on him. But I don't. So we're supposed to, at this point, think the Scarecrow's pretty smart, right? Even though he claims to have no brain.
He says he is, yeah.
So I don't see the logic in having the Lion be the aggressor in this plan instead of the Tin Man, who has a weapon and is made out of metal.
I think the only thing Scarecrow's got going for this is that the Lion wanted to put up a fight on their first introduction.
He knows he's a coward.
I mean,
I get the reason from writing is to show that the Cowardly Lion, while still scared, will do it. But in the sense of the Scarecrow being smart, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I thought... Okay, I read it a little bit differently. So I thought the plan they were making up there was different than what their plan turned out to be.
It was different.
Yeah.
They weren't
So,
supposed to get jumped.
Yeah. So my whole thought of the plan was the lion would go down, distract them, run off, and see if he can peel away the guards for them to sneak in. That's what I thought the original plan was. In which case, it kind of makes sense because anyone could make a quick getaway and be the lion.
Yeah.
Was that the plan?
That's what I
run off
interpreted the plan to be. We don't really get much on it. It's just they imply enough about the plan that that's what I pieced it together as in my head. So if you have a different plan in your head, which came up, please explain.
I mean, I'm willing to accept yours. I just remember it being lion focused, which doesn't make sense. But if it's him running away, then that does make sense. So I'll go with your theory.
It fits enough, right? It's just,
Yeah.
There's a small detail that if you blink, you miss it, but it works, and it's not a continuity error. When the lion, Tin Man, and Scarecrow are all climbing the rock to get up, and then Tin Man kind of stumbles and falls over. He drops his axe. He lets go of it, and Scarecrow catches it. And it cuts to the next scene, which is a slight error because it's immediate cut to Tin Man holding the tail of the lion. And you can see at the bottom of Tin Man's feet, his axe and Scarecrow's hand come up. So Scarecrow is holding the axe.
Interesting. All right.
It's a little detail that I do like.
Guess he's
It's
strong
not
enough
like,
to wield
where's his
that.
axe? He's not holding it. Or how'd Scarecrow get it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we're coming up to something that I touched on earlier that I'd like to bring up when they get jumped by the 3 Winky guards.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's entirely Tin Man who took them all out.
Yeah, that's
Based
acceptable.
off
The
of-
Cowardly Lion's too scared, and Scarecrow can't lift Dorothy and the poppies, so he's so weak.
I mean, you can
I think
still fight
Tin
if
Man-
you're scared. If someone
mean-
jumps you, you can still punch.
Yes. I guess you could. I just feel like the Cowardly Lion would be too
You know what would
scared,
solve this
especially in a
problem?
moment of
If
shock.
they had their gear still from earlier.
I mean, yes, maybe. All you really see is like the Looney Tunes cloud of fists and tails popping out from the rocks. But I do believe that Tin Man
Stunning
was
Emmy-winning
the significant
choreography.
amount to take him out. Which also brings up the fact that when we said earlier, the only use of Tin Man later in this plot is to break down the door. I think another part of it is here taking out these 3 guards that jump him.
Man, I would love to buy.
I
it
don't
'cause
see
they
enough
show
to
it.
assume.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would love to buy into it
I-
because they could show
look,
it.
Cowardly Lion could like close his eyes and blindly like knock him out some way, possibly, but I don't see any how of Scarecrow causing any harm.
I mean, I could argue with Tin Man too. He's not very fluid in his movements. He's not flexible.
He's the one
Now,
that has
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he took his axe and like started, chopping into bits. But I do think if someone punched him or like he threw a punch, it would definitely hit more force than the other ones.
I think it was a team effort.
Okay.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm going with.
Yeah, the reason I'm going with that is because they were all tackled individually. So I would grant you the Tin Man probably won his fight first, then the Lion, and then they would both go help Scarecrow.
I'm thinking like Lion could have like,
'Cause-
tuck and rolled, like scared, and a guard could have fallen over him and hit his head on a rock.
Yeah, or it's that sort of goofy effect, yeah. But also the Lion does have claws, so I mean like.
The lions are pretty strong.
Yeah, so like I do think the Lion would be the strongest, but obviously he is a coward, so I don't think he'd win his fight first as a result. But yeah, at this point he had, so he has the courage enough to be here, even if his friends are holding him down to make sure he stays there. But I think
My main point here is just another scene to indicate the importance of Tin Man.
okay,
So it's not just the door and that's it.
all right. I don't. And they get the guard uniforms, and I don't really have any
which
comments
matching-
up until that.
Matching uniforms to the monkeys.
Uh,
The Winky Guards and the Flying Monkeys have matching uniforms.
okay.
Do they?
Yes.
I think the only difference is the hats, but yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The monkeys obviously don't have these big puffy black hats.
Yeah, but yeah. Otherwise, I do think they look kind of. I like the guard uniforms. They're kind of cool. They have the puffy hats that we would normally find in like the Queen's Guard in Britain, and then they have like the sort of samurai-esque kind of inspired armor.
Yeah.
Nice.
With the, I don't know what to call it, the puffed up, frailed leg shins, or whatever, the left and right to leave an opening, like triangle in the front and back, which I guess is kind of convenient for Lion's Tail.
Yes, it is convenient for Lion's Tail, but they also, in theory, it would be help with them with their movement. So.
Yeah.
Since we've talked about Tin Man axing the door, I'll bring up an editing thing at the door. I'm sure Sprinks probably caught it.
I'm sure we all caught it.
Oh, that it's not probably Tin Man?
No. In fact,
or the actor.
It might have been the third swing. One of the swings, either the camera moves or the door moves, because there's a clear cut in the film where it moves. So time has passed between the swings, but they cut it.
Okay.
It only happened on one though.
Yeah, I can fully believe that. Yeah.
They also all got out of costume, and somehow Tin Man did that while he was swinging at the door. So.
Yeah. So earlier,
that's what I thought you were. That's what I thought you were going to talk about, Crimson. Is the fact that they all changed costumes.
I will say the costume on costume thing I do like. How they have their headpieces still with this whole new costume on, and it looks nice. It looks good. Earlier we talked about the detail of the monkeys taking the axe, in the forest, but they left it, so they didn't take it with them. So that's why Tin Man has his axe. And then the little detail of Tin Man dropping his axe on the cliff side and Scarecrow holding it, so he still has it. Here, however, they're all holding spears. Where's the Tin Man's axe?
I do not
Back pocket.
know. Bag of holding.
Sure. Because when they get to the door, they all have their spears until it cuts to Dorothy inside and then immediately cuts out to the axe hitting the door.
Yep.
So I don't know if the axe is under his outfit, and if it is, kind of how is it held there? But
yeah, probably
it's an odd thing.
Okay.
I do like that it's Toto's the one that leads them to the right door, so they don't spend time like running
Toto
about the
might
castle.
be the smartest one of all.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think I have anything specifically more outside when they're at the door trying to get to Dorothy, other than the costume change, because that to me was absurd. I mean, it makes sense for the Scarecrow and the Lion to get out of the costume, but the Tin Man wouldn't have had the time because he's breaking down the door.
And his joints, he needed help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Crimson, do you want to pop to something?
Sure. I'll just jump to the witch dying.
Wow.
Oh.
We're popcorning.
Yeah.
It's an iconic scene. I remember it not being so anticlimactic. She burns the Scarecrow. He's on fire. Dorothy grabs a random bucket that's just on this tower for some reason. I don't know if it's the guard tower's like pee bucket. I don't know. And she splashes Scarecrow and the witch, and she just melts and dies.
Yep.
It was very anticlimactic. I liked her little speech while melting.
World.
Which obviously she's lowered down by a trapdoor, which they've utilized several times through this film.
But this time it keeps her robe and hat above.
Yeah.
Which is expertly done. Well done.
Yeah. So we brought up the bucket earlier. I'm sure people have topics on the bucket.
I have one reasoning, and only one thing I could say is why I think there's a bucket in this tower. I don't think it's a piss bucket.
We don't know.
We don't know.
It's a long time just standing there to
Who knows?
watch.
The
nothing.
only thing that I have for why this bucket would be in the tower is the guards are planning to kill the witch.
Okay, I didn't think of that.
I mean, they don't like her, so
For me, the reason the bucket was there is it's used to douse the torches, to put the torches out.
Oh, it's true. That could be useful.
And by taking a torch off the wall and putting it in the bucket,
yeah.
dumping the bucket of water on a torch. But that's my thought.
That could be reason enough. Yeah. It still feels quite random though, just a little bit random.
Well, random, and the fact that she just dies from water is also very
it makes her line
random.
about wanting to go drown the dog a little questionable now.
True.
Does that mean she doesn't drink water as well?
Well, I guess this brings up a question. Does the Wicked Witch know that water is her weakness?
The way she acted, it seemed
Oh
like
yeah,
it.
absolutely. I think she knew.
Okay.
Yeah. That I think could have used like a Chekhov gun or some sort of setup, because that's our first time seeing a witch die from water.
It would have been interesting if Goodwitch threatened her with bubbles, and that was enough to frighten her. Because that would have been enough for me that liquid or something to that nature would bother her.
Or Glynda being afraid of water. I don't know if it would be individual witches or witches as a whole water thing, but still. Because there's a river that goes through a river/pond that's in Munchkinland.
Munchkinland, yeah.
And so anything that would have foreshadowed or set up that witches, or at least her specifically, have water problems.
Okay.
Because it is kind of out of the blue.
All right. I'll cut to a little continuity thing. When Scarecrow uses the axe to cut the chandelier down, and the torches are lit, it shows them lit, they fall down and extinguish. And then they're running away, and when it cuts to the Winky guards coming down from the stairs going to chase after them, the torches are lit again on the chandelier on the floor.
It's not impossible for candles to reignite.
Still,
but
on the far
it's very improbable that all of them would light back up.
That's just something I noticed.
That is indeed a continuity thing.
I have a funny D&D note here. It's Go Viari for cutting the fucking chandelier as he does to kill people. It's a classic D&D trope to cut the chandelier onto make it fall on enemies and stuff like that. So, or swinging from them.
Yeah.
And video games.
Oh yeah.
It's just a trope in general.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun trope. I approve of it being used.
It's even in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Emperor's New Groove, it's like look up to like the angel on the shoulders, like no. Look up for repentance or something, and look up and they see the chandelier.
That'll work.
Dobby unscrewing chandelier to drop on him.
Yeah. A lot of chandelier stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In the what a reference. The trailers for the Stitch movie, when Stitch was in the ballroom with Beauty and the Beast, he's on the chandelier and it breaks.
Deep reference.
That's a deep reference for the people who know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I like the use of panning shots intertwined with still shots during this whole chase sequence till they get stuck in the tower to add tension.
Yeah, I like the wide shots of the guards closing in on him in the corner there.
Yeah, me too. I also like that the witch acknowledges that they used Ring Around the Rosie with her, because I laughed when that happened.
Yeah, they got stuck.
Let's see.
Ryder, why don't you go ahead next?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. A little fun thing. So the soldiers that are happy that the Wicked Witch is dead are now free to do what they want, and it's a bit of a world building issue. We have essentially a group of leaderless mercenaries now sharing a castle in this world somewhere. So, future problems.
I'm sure Glynda will take it over because she was the mastermind of this whole story. So
yeah, she's gonna
walk
in and just sit on the throne. do the whole Azula thing. It's like, yeah, don't flatter yourself. You were never a player.
East and West are now free for her to claim as her domain. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we don't know about South. Maybe she already took care of South. So Glynda is now the overall ruler of Oz, especially since Oz left Oz. So all hail Glynda.
Glynda the Goodwitch.
Yeah.
This was her plan all along.
I mean, there's a definitely story that could be built.
Man, that's really like the Sugar Plum Fairy kind of. No, this is smarter than the Sugar Plum Fairy.
Yeah, I was gonna say this has more backing to it. I think actually,
this is more intelligent. By the way, audience, Sugar Plum Fairy from Nutcracker and the Four Realms, which we've covered.
Yes.
Just to let you know.
What's the difference between a solid and a hollow toy?
Okay. My question. I have a question. The Winky Guards. They're all. We don't necessarily know what race they are, but they all have the same skin color and the nose hook, much like the Wicked Witch.
Okay.
So is the Wicked Witch the same species as the Winky Guards because of this, or do you think the nose is something like a uniform add-on? I feel like that's kind of
She
silly.
forced them to grow their noses.
Yeah, like grow their noses or curse them in some way.
Presumably, they're just the same members of her species, but don't really get much more on them. Yeah.
Okay.
It would be funny if she cursed them all to be green and have long noses, so she felt comfortable around them.
She felt less self-conscious. They are people who look like me in the world.
It was just something I was curious on. Because this is the only place Winky Guards are shown. They're not throughout Oz or brought up anywhere else. They're not used as spies because the Wicked Witch did it herself. So.
Yep. Are we done with the witch stuff? Going to Oz now?
I'm going through it.
I like I guess a small detail that the fire burned all of the end of her broom.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I do like that she, again, is being torturous, and I do like the fact that Dorothy incidentally kills the witch by trying to put out the fire. I do like that. Again, I just wish it was more supported.
Well, it's more to protect Scarecrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Why did she light her broom on fire instead of just throwing a fire?
Yeah, that also bothers me a little bit too.
Because casting a level 4 fireball in a room is a 5-foot radius, and she would have hurt her Winky Guards and.
Nerd.
Hey, Crimson! Don't you remember that one time in our Christmas D&D session where one of our friends casted fireball on the whole group because it was just a random thing that happened? And the only reason I lived through it is because I was hanging by a rope that took me forever to get on. So that's why she didn't cast fireball.
Yeah.
Anyway, for turning away 50% of our audience there, we're back at Emerald City with Oz and the broom.
That's true.
I'll point out a continuity error.
Oh boy, another one.
Yes. Which must mean they're very blatant because I usually don't catch them. After the curtain reveal, we have a lineup of Tin Man, Scarecrow, Dorothy, and Lion. And there's some talking, and Oz walks around them, and then we get a new angle, new shot. And they are not in the same positions. We get Tin Man, Dorothy, Lion, Scarecrow.
Oh, you're right.
They are in different positions.
I think you're right.
Interesting. I did not catch it.
I don't remember this scene aging so poorly.
Oh, it aged bad to you? The reveal of the wizard?
Not the wizard reveal, but the gift thing.
Oh, okay.
It's definitely much more like, hey, the adventures, what matters is the adventure you had along the way, that sort of thing. But, man, like, it really makes... it wasn't done well enough in a way that makes me think Oz was worthwhile to add to this story.
Ryder, he's a bad wizard. But
Is he a wizard?
Man.
Yeah.
No.
But was he a good man? He just kind of bullshits his way out of it.
Oh,
He tried to get them to die. He sent them on a suicide mission
he did.
just so that they wouldn't bother him.
Yeah, this
That's true. Yeah.
The only thing that hints to him actually having magic is that he happens to have these items. That is all I could think.
yeah.
Why would he have a clock heart and a courage medal?
And a roll of certificates.
Just random trinkets he kept from his days in the circus is what I would guess.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Oh.
It was pretty convenient.
Yeah. Something to point out. When Scarecrow starts talking about the square root sides of a triangle or whatever, that's not real. That's fake.
Because the math doesn't add up?
No, it doesn't add up. The sum of the square roots of two sides of an isosceles triangle is equal to the square root of the remaining side. That is not true.
Hold on. I'm going to look up an isosceles real quick.
Isosceles, that's all three sides are different, right?
Yes, because a right triangle is all the right sides.
Yeah.
That equal up to 180 degrees or something, right? If you take the corners, which would be an acute corner from all.
There's two versions of an isosceles. There's the version of the isosceles where there's two long sides and one short side, which would kind of be the side one he's referring to. But then there's the other one, which all sides are equal. So technically, could be true.
All sides
that would be an equilateral.
That would not equal out then, because he says the sum of two sides would equal 1.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
So that would make the hypotenuse double the length. Look at us being smart boys.
Yeah, because with isosceles triangles, the lengths of the sides could be different. It's kind of the angles that matter most with that triangle there. So, yeah, I think you're correct that it doesn't really add up.
It's math jargon that doesn't make sense. They're trying to make it sound smart, but it's not.
They are. So it just proves that
that Dorthy doesn't know math because it's in her
smart.
head.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. There we go.
That's true. This is gonna keep
As a
going back
farm
to
girl, she wouldn't know that math. So
as a farm girl,
she is. This is true.
That's advanced stuff for a farmer in the 30s.
Yes. Or even if it's before the 30s, doesn't really explain where in Kansas this takes place.
True.
Time period wise, yeah. Well, I'm sure it's not 1885.
No, pretty sure General Sherman would be destroying things right now.
Well, actually, Dorothy does reference Abraham Lincoln.
It's true.
So that helps.
He was president in 1860. So
it can't be earlier than 1860.
Yeah. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Look at us doing geometry and history.
Crimson, this remind me of our conversation we had with Living With Yourself, doing the whole math of how he got there in time and the whole car speeds and everything. Oh boy,
was I
what
there
a great
for
use
that?
of.
I was dying from that podcast, so I know I left early.
40 minutes of math.
Okay. It was 20 minutes. Don't exaggerate. 20 minutes of us solving a problem that no one on the planet Earth cares or thought about.
Man, sounds like our podcast. That's what I approve of.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
And if you'd like to listen to that one, you can look at our episodes and you'll find it. Living With Yourself, starring Paul Rudd.
Yeah, and Paul Rudd.
And Paul Rudd.
Not to be confused with Aunt Man at the end of fucking...
No. Chippendale.
No, season 6, episode 4, no. Do you guys take anything that the wizard is saying true? Or is it all just BS lies?
Oh,
I mean, he's kind of just delivering statements. I don't think it's truth or lies.
As an adult, I think it's all BS. He's a good showman. I'll give him that. Like, he definitely has a, like, you know, way with words, but like, yeah, but what you're missing is this, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And I do like that.
P.T. Barnum approach.
Yeah, the only thing I like, the only gift that I actually liked out of it was actually Tin Man's clock, because he could put that inside of himself, and that could come off as a heartbeat, a version of one.
Yes. Yeah, that could work.
No, I didn't really see them as truths or lies.
Okay. I mean, the medal and the diploma don't really.
Yeah. No.
Give-
Sorry. To clarify.
The more symbolic.
Yeah. To clarify with you saying Crimson is that I don't think what he's. Yeah. It's I do think he's quote unquote bullshitting, but he's not lying. If that makes sense. There's a difference in that distinction for me.
Bending the truths and white lies.
Well, no, because that's still lying. He's just extrapolating a point.
He's just spinning statements is what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's building up a story that adds up to their wants, which it's not a lie that the medal gave him courage, right? Because it did. It was a placebo. Same with the diploma, it was also a placebo.
Yeah.
The heart was more literal, as pointed out. How do you guys feel about his origin?
That's a different movie.
Well, no, he describes how he was at a circus and his balloon went loose and he landed here and then got worshipped.
I mean, it makes sense for it to be in her dream. She ran into
in Dorothy's mind. Yeah. I mean, if you see a traveling fortune teller on the side of the road, it's kind of like their community, if they have one, would be connected to a circus.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you were to go looking for one, go to a circus to hopefully find one. So I think the connection of her brain of, making Professor Marvel this wizard to look like, so the story he has is kind of based off of the fortune telling that Professor Marvel has told her. I guess hand in hand in the fantasy of the brain, it works out that way. I guess also with the fact in her this being all in her brain, it's very weird that Dorothy doesn't have Annie or Uncle Henry somewhere. Other than the Annie that the Wicked Witch tricks her with, but I mean, like, playing another character in Oz.
Well, her current headspace is she doesn't like them, right? And the whole moral of her story in her head is coming to accept that they love her.
Yeah, they're coming to accept they actually love her. That was the whole...
So if they were present through it, it would diminish her evolution to her conclusion.
Is it... I know there's a couple characters, but I'm thinking of a big one. Is it weird that Glynda is not a real person?
That is something I was going to bring up.
Yeah,
it is a little odd.
Yeah, like it would be like I imagine that Dorothy still goes to a school of some kind. I could see Glynda being like one of the teachers there, but I don't. That's not in the movie, so.
No.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that Professor Marvel, the actor, is 5 different characters and Glynda's 1. Like, she could have had something shoehorned in. I mean, in the real life.
I guess you weren't here for the Sprinks. Is he 5 different characters or just Oz in dressing up?
No, he's not. No, he's multiple.
Because no one knows what Oz looks like.
I do not believe the doorman lets them in, changes clothes, and becomes the coachman.
He disappears.
And then the coach.
I wouldn't know that.
Yeah, he goes off screen.
He disappears.
You never see them at the same time.
Yeah, we disappear. Okay, so I mean, I'm referring to the guardsman. He like opens the door, they walk in, he's just gone.
Oh, yeah, I had that. He just hides behind the door is what I have in my notes. He's just hiding there. Because I mean, there's no maybe there's a trap door or like a secret panel door or something that gets him to the curtain and back, but that's never shown. So it's just a long hallway. So as soon as he opened the doors, he's just started hoofing it down the hallway to get to the curtain.
It's kind of what I imagined, and it's funny in my head. The reason that we developed this headcanon is because it would allow him to more easily turn away people coming to look after Oz. So like he knows who's there to look for him if he's also there, a guy greeting people at the gate.
Also gives more of that fortune teller trickery of like looking into people and knowing things beforehand.
So he's getting to know them as he's interacts with them as several different characters.
That's a thought. I've never pieced that together. I didn't think so. Because that's a big costume change and facial hair change and
accent change.
Because if it is true, then boy, he has magic. He's the shapeshifter.
He's the chameleon.
Yeah.
He says he's a wizard. He's just not very good at magic.
The only thing
that implies he does have magic. We just don't really see it.
I'll say could be. I never thought of it that way. I'm more leaning towards no, but one could argue that it is, because you never see any of those two characters together at the same time.
All right.
I guess one last thing for the rewards section. I do like what he said about the heart. Is a good heart is not judged by the individual, but by others. Or something along those lines, paraphrasing a little bit.
Not how much you love, but how much you love by others. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked that. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I liked it as well.
It is a tad on the nose, but I do like at the end of the movie it really shows lessons of all the characters and not just Dorothy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they all went on their
Like Scarecrow,
journey, and they
Lion,
also showed those
yeah.
journeys too. So
Yeah, there's multiple lessons to be paid out throughout the film, not just one, which is pretty strong and nicely done. I mean, I guess, Ryder, if that fits with you, that it's written and blended in a way that one doesn't stand out more than the others, and it's not jarring at some point, or like really got to show the Tin Man's love at this scene, kind of thing. I guess
the Tin Man does stand out is his lack.
Yeah,
of it compared to others.
I guess in that example, the only one that kind of stands out is the King of the Forest song by the Lion. But yeah, I don't know if that goes with your thought process, Ryder, on how it was written.
It no, I kind of like that, like in the fact that they don't really stand out above one another. And like I said, I have my issues with the Lion being the most inconsistent, but and then the Tin Man's just different in the sense he didn't get much. Because obviously the Scarecrow has the most, but I appreciate the idea, obviously, that they all had this arc that they went on together. And then we see somewhat, at least, the growth in the Lion and the Scarecrow, and not really much for the Tin Man, as we talked about. I don't know if you were here for that. But
yes,
we were. So it does affect a little bit. Like, I do appreciate what they're trying to go for. I don't think it was great. Like, it's not amazing. But I agree that a lot of it's there, at least.
okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna popcorn. I'm gonna popcorn to them saying goodbye. And I think it's because Scarecrow was first introduced and how it's handled that it hits the hardest, at least to me, of the goodbye. The fact that he doesn't say anything.
When Dorothy is like, "I'll miss you the most."
Yeah, and Tin Man says something. Lion says something back, like to Dorothy, but she tells Scarecrow, "I'll miss you the most," and Scarecrow is silent. I think it just hits harder. I don't know if that's necessarily they didn't have something written, or if you got his line. But
I think it was for the impact.
Yeah, it's definitely for the impact. He doesn't need to say anything back.
Yeah.
I do, however, find it funny that Dorothy might as well have just said, "You're my favorite," in front of the others.
I mean, yes. Yeah.
It's more the abject, cruel person to me. I'm like, that's a little bit funny.
Disrespected him. They all went on a journey together.
Yeah. Also, it's pretty funny, the painted balloon. Well, I see. It's very hard. I don't have anything written or knowledge. I, for the longest time, thought it was a painted balloon.
It is.
Is it painted on a piece of cardboard? Because it barely shakes back and forth on a wide shot to show that it's not painted directly to the backdrop.
Oh, you thought the balloon was
It
painted
could have
in
been
the
painted
backdrop?
on the film. That is something they did, was paint on film as well.
They did do that with Oz, because when it's panning up to show Oz, the head stays in place on the film.
Yeah, so I know it's painted. I don't know to what degree. I didn't really notice the moving that you're talking about, but
It's very small,
it was
but
certainly painted.
it shows to me that it's not a painted background. It could be a painted giant, its own thing, more foreground of it moving on its own.
Can all agree it was not a real balloon.
No, him taking off, you can clearly tell it's not.
It's true. And apparently he has no idea how hot air balloons work either, because he says he has no idea how it works. And I'm like, aren't you a balloonist? Like, you say that like a couple cents earlier.
Nope, he just takes it off.
Yeah.
I
mean, and then there's the obviously facet of Dorothy doesn't know how a hot air balloon works, and then it's just, okay.
There you go.
No, when they want to come down, they'll just pop the balloon.
That's rough, buddy.
So we revealed Glynda was the true villain.
Yes, of course.
And then we have the backup villain, Tin Man.
Oh. Oh,
don't know if you guys saw what Tin Man did here.
No.
No? All right.
Did
So when
at the balloon?
when Toto ran, Dorothy chased after him. Scarecrow and Lion ran after him to help Dorothy capture him. Tin Man undid the rope so the balloon would go.
I
And
see that now.
he undid the rope.
He did. He untied it, and then Scarecrow just, like, tackles him.
Pure evil. The evil.
Did he
in
see the
this.
dog? Did he see the
Oh.
dog leave, or was he already doing that?
Oh,
Yeah.
he saw everything.
Oh, he saw everything.
Oh, okay.
He's hopping up and looking, and while he's
Duplicitous
looking,
good guys, you know?
Crimson, you're absolutely right.
They're freaking evil.
He unties it.
Glynda and Tin Man, they work together just to screw
Oh,
Dorothy.
I mean, did he know? Like, does Tin Man know? Like, what if the wizard's going off and he's gonna die in a storm? Did he save Dorothy's
I don't know.
life?
They look pretty happy right now.
Does he now have a heart and he just loves her more that he doesn't want her to leave?
He just wants to keep her here. Either way, that was wrong.
That was wrong.
Brutal. Fucking brutal.
I'm glad neither of you caught that because
I did not catch
when
that.
I saw that, I rewound it. Like, did I see that right? And
I'm
I
gonna
did.
be honest, I was down looking at my notes for that, so.
It's trickery too because he's looking off where Toto's supposed to do and doesn't look at it. So he, like, in his mind, knows what he's doing. Oh, it's
It was
deceitful.
intentional. Point that out to your mom because that's huge.
Oh yeah, when I see her next, I'll tell her.
Oh, that's.
She might
oh
know
my
about that, but
goodness gracious.
Interesting. Ooh,
We've created a much darker story here.
We
We got the evil witch who now has free reign over 2 other
I mean,
domains.
if you think
and her
about it,
greatest warrior servant.
We don't know. The only word of the Wicked Witch of the East being a Wicked Witch is out of Glenda's mouth.
Yep.
For all we know, that could have been the Witch of the South that Glynda just covered up.
Ryder, we talked about how Tin Man easily could have picked up Dorothy off the poppies. Maybe he didn't on purpose.
Oh yeah, he wants to give his master more credit.
We got a story going on here.
We got a story. Is Tin Man the bad guy?
I wonder if there's theories out there for this stuff.
What a question. What a question.
Man, there's gonna be like longtime
Alright.
Wizard of Oz fans that one day find this podcast and they're just gonna
No,
be
there's
like,
going to be longtime fans who read this and go, "You're out of your mind. What have you been smoking? You're idiots."
And then they go and watch it and be like, "Oh my gosh, he did!
Oh my
He
gosh,
did
he
release
did
the
do that.
balloon."
And that's the theatrical version? That's not edited? What? Okay. Wow. Crimson, good catch. That's a really good catch.
And then his master arrives.
Yes.
Oh, does he? What? The tinsmith?
Glynda.
Oh, okay. Is Glynda the tinsmith?
Maybe.
She could have planted him.
Maybe.
If we're building this narrative,
She could have planted him, yes.
Tin Man and Glynda are evil and he's her henchman. Totally
I
could
mean,
be.
The only thing that's not really going with it is that Tin Man doesn't acknowledge Glynda when she arrives.
Oh,
She
keep
could
the
have left
cover
standing
going.
orders, you know?
Yeah, it could be a thing, but
He's now one of the 3 rulers of Oz,
that's true.
Yeah.
appointed by Oz.
Oh,
Working
this
for
is coming
Glynda.
together. This is all coming together.
Man,
She
we
re-
made this movie darker than it is.
She rules
It
2
fits so perfect.
She rules at least 3 domains, maybe a 4th. We don't know. And now the only standing city of independence is ruled by one of her henchmen. So great.
Wow. Wow, I'm blown away. The Wicked Witch was never a bad guy. She didn't even kill anyone, did she?
No. The worst thing she did was try to burn Scarecrow, who was her opposition, because we've established Glynda's the bad guy here.
Wow. Amazing. That is so cool.
Man, the after hours fan fiction that could be written about this is like what happens when Dorothy leaves.
Yeah, where's Dorothy Returns? Where's like the Narnia 2? It's like 100 years later, and it's like, oh, where are my friends? Oh, Scarecrow was
Why
burned
is
to
there
death.
a Glynda statue that looks
Yeah.
menacing here?
Why do you have a rug of a lion? My friend, where's Tin Man? Oh, the
Tin Man-
tyrant.
Tin Man's been sent to rule one of the castles.
The immortal tyrant. He doesn't age.
Yep.
The Tin Man in the land of steel.
He's
Interesting.
he's the original Cyberman. So he turns all the Emerald City people into Cybermen.
This is bonkers. This
Yeah.
is insane.
I just love that it all fits. Like,
Yeah, it's all
It's
fits.
the fact that it could.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll popcorn us out of this dream that we're having right now of thought, and go to Dorothy waking up. It is a fade out of black. It shows reused footage of the house falling back down.
Mhm.
And then a fade out. But a detail I like is when Hunk, Zeke, and Hickory come up to the bed and say hi to Dorothy. What's my notes? Which one's which? Gotta make sure. Zeke is the lion.
I don't.
I don't know.
Don't
Okay,
say no.
yeah. Sorry, Zeke is the lion. Hickory is the Tin Man, and Hunk is the Scarecrow. When Zeke comes up to the bed, he's the only one wearing a hat because during the tornado, Hunk and Hickory's hats got blown off when they were at the cellar.
That's true.
That's good.
That's good. I like that.
Continuity.
Yes, a little band-aid, over the other stuff they have.
Or the
to cancel
gangrenous
out.
wound.
Try to cancel some things out. You know what? To just cancel out anyway. As soon as Toto jumps on the bed and Dorothy hugs him, the next shot shows Toto looking the opposite direction.
Nice.
Crimsons, do you have anything? Or there's not
Crimsons.
more of
There's
you,
more
there's
than
one.
one.
Of you. Sorry, there's more. Crimson, do you have anything lastly before the end of the movie?
Yeah. Professor Marvel just walks up on him. Hey, your niece stopped by. I never met her before or you, but I know where your farm is. So I stopped by to check on her. Right at the time she wakes up. So.
Very convenient.
Oh, he's a wizard?
Yeah. I guess through the crystal ball he found out where she lived.
Well, he just followed the photo he kept.
There could be an address on the back of that
Yeah,
photo.
it had an address on the photo, so
he's
he
like,
doesn't get lost.
It's a house with a white picket fence. He just walked down the road and kept looking at the photo.
Oh, yeah, the only white picket fenced farm in all the lands.
In Kansas. The only one in Kansas.
Yes.
What do we think about Dorothy returning? Like her using the heels and stuff to return out of the dream.
It's iconic.
It is
It's
iconic.
okay.
Glynda again, just being scummy and not telling
She got
Dorothy.
what she wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, not telling Dorothy the one thing at the very beginning that Dorothy wanted was to just go home, and she had the power the whole time.
Yeah, it's kind of rude, but
She used Dorothy to rule the
Kill
lands
the
now.
Wicked Witch of the West? To
Yeah.
kill both East and West?
Yeah.
Claim the domains and put Tin Man as ruler of Oz.
How do we know what control Glynda did to make sure Dorothy's house fell on the Witch of the East?
She could have summoned her.
It's like, oh, it's an accident. I didn't know. And Glenda's like, yeah, it's oh,
Complete
you're fine.
accident.
And Glenda's like, no, I put her there and I saw you coming. I knew this. Man, Glenda's a villain.
Pure evil.
Pure evil. All right. It's iconic. I think my issue is that it's very convenient that she had the power in her all along. Less so if it's a dream. And if Glinda's manipulation thing is real and Oz is real, well, then it makes even better sense. It's like the idea of Glynda just listening to her. So I learned that home is the best place ever, and Glinda's in her head just maniacally laughing, like, yeah, that's definitely the lesson you should have walked away with.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that Dorothy is talking in her sleep before waking up. There's no place like home. Is this the only instance she's talking in her sleep, or did she talk about the whole adventure of Oz?
I don't know.
Because Annie M never goes like, "Oh, Dorothy, you were talking in your sleep, and you were talking about a lion and these wonderful weird things."
I've never met anyone that talk in their sleep, so I don't know if they're usually coherent stories going on, or if it's just like little sentences,
Sometimes.
or
Sometimes it is coherent sentences and things like that, and they are just blatantly open with their thoughts and subconscious. It is like that. It's very rare, but it does happen.
so it could be.
Could
Sprinks.
be.
Okay.
And she returns to the world, thankfully, before everything turns to dark.
And it stays in sepia tone. It does not continue to be in color,
Yeah,
which I think is nice
it's a good. I agree. It's a good cut.
to differentiate the two worlds, I guess. That is all. Well, I have one last thing in my notes of the movie.
All right.
Okay.
Last thing I have is the credits stay in sepia tone, which I think is the reason why Zeke, Hunk, and Hickory are listed in the credits as such versus Scarecrow, Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion. They do have quotations over their names, but I believe that's the reason why they're credited as that.
Their most recent appearance, sure. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, I guess I'll point out one last thing before we wrap it up. So I guess Toto got put down.
Oh yeah, I was like, what a dark version of the story. They get back, and then you just immediately just hear the fucking like cop siren. You know?
Yeah, it didn't solve the problem. She's gonna come back.
Yeah, she just shows up angry because Toto got away. I had the same thought in my head.
So Toto's dead.
Toto's
What
dead.
a happy ending.
Yeah.
It's a happier ending than what the World of Oz got.
Maybe she'll lock her picnic basket this time.
I love this Glynda thing so much because the evil witch actually has motive. Like Glynda killed potentially her sister. It's so wonderful.
Well, it's never said if Glynda has a sister. The only thing is the east and west are
No,
siblings.
that's
No, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That are so the East Witch
Are now running
has
headcanon that
motive.
fits.
Yeah, it fits so perfectly. I'm done though.
Ryder, anything lastly to share?
I do not have anything less to share.
Well, in that case, that's Wizard of Oz. We went through the whole thing.
All
Go
two
ahead
versions.
and watch it. Yeah, go ahead and watch it with either version you want, if it's a dream or not. Oh, yeah, the dream thing. We already touched on that. But whether you think it's all a dream, whether you think it's not a dream, watch it thinking Glinda's this huge maniacal overlord and see how that affects anything. If Tin Man's a henchman or not. Far many versions you can picture in your head.
Yeah.
Wow.
I actually do have one final thing. Oz says per ad alta, which is like through adversity to the stars, is Latin saying that I really like. So that's pretty much it.
All right.
Just the last note.
Okay. Yeah. I guess with that, we'll go to summaries and ratings. Let us begin with... Yeah, we'll just go down in order. Let's go with Ryder.
Oh boy. All right, I'll give my subjective first. It's definitely a movie I still like, and it's definitely a lot to do with nostalgia, and it's definitely a lot to do with all of that, you know. And I still find myself enjoying this movie. And definitely with all the new headcanons that we've added, I feel like I need to go watch it again just for fun.
I want to.
That being said, it's like the fact that I want to rewatch this is a sign that I still enjoy this movie a lot as an adult. It's obviously it's up there for being iconic. The acting is still mostly great. It's a very fun film. It's very fun. And I think that's where a lot of it comes through. The music's good for the most part. I think the only song I complained about with Crimson was the Lions song. What did you say?
King of the Forest.
Yeah, King of the Forest. Yeah, King of the Forest. I think that's the only one I complained about. But that being said, for a musical, all the songs they don't overstay their welcome. They're pretty short. And it also kind of, when they're not singing, it's like poetic lyrics almost, so they're still rhyming when the music's not going on. I think that's a nice touch. Um, yeah, I still enjoy this movie a lot more than I thought I would, and I was I had some trepidation coming back to it. Um, I think subjectively, I'm probably sitting at about an 8. Still love the movie. It's definitely not my favorite movie anymore, and it's not something I would voluntarily rewatch. But it's not something that bothers me when it's being played. Um, it's still quite up there. Um, Objectively, this movie's had some things aged really well, and some things didn't. Um, a lot of the jokes I think are still pretty solid. Like the people do an awful lot of talking, have no brains. People that don't have brains do an awful lot of talking. It's one of those jokes that ages really well because it's kind of timeless.
There's always going to be dumb people.
Yeah, there's always gonna be dumb people. I think we spotted a lot of continuity errors. Obviously, I do think a lot of them are the product of the time, so I don't judge them too harshly for it. Because this movie does get a lot right. It does. There's a lot of clear effort being put in that regard and stuff like that. So I guess with that, I should probably just focus on the writing as I always do. World building of Oz is pretty much based entirely on the fact that everything needs to make sense with the fact that this is Dorothy's dream, at least within the movie, because I haven't read the book. Because we get really nothing on the idea of it being something else, and if it is meant to be another world, it's definitely not shown. And everything can make sense through the lens of it being in Dorothy's head. Because we can then write away some of the things that wouldn't normally work as just being Dorothy's childlike mind and her subconscious, which really helps, I think. And then we've pointed out some flaws here and there for the inconsistencies, but nothing that really breaks the story because the plot's pretty basic. At least what the movie intends the plot to be is basic. We've added a lot of things that would work, but that's just our headcanons and stuff like that. And as for the characters, I think we talked about the Tin Man and the Lion being the weakers of the two, but it's gonna move on to just kind of move past them because we've already spoken on them a lot. Talk about Dorothy and Scarecrow. Dorothy has a very wonderful journey. I think her character arc is a lot more subtle, because the idea of loving where home is and isn't a good message in theory to deliver, and I like it, and just the arc of just her realizing that her aunt and uncle really do love her is very simple, but it's done in a way that it's not overt, and I kind of appreciate that. And even though the ending is what kind of hammers it home, like to be overt, there was enough of it there for us to buy it by the time we got there. And Scarecrow, I think is still probably my favorite side character or member of the side group here. He's very well fleshed out. He's very good thinker, very good talker, very good planner. His arc as well of just that he had a brain all along is just he used what he had on him, and a lot of that. It's the entire story pretty much encapsulates the idea of it's about the journey, not the destination, because ultimately that's the kind of the point of it is they all had what they wanted all along, more or less, and I do think that works still to this day. Then we have Oz, which we kind of talked about as a bit of a spinster with his words. I don't think he's blatantly lying, but I also don't think he's blatantly truth-telling. He's trying to derive a point from their experiences to help teach them a lesson, which kind of makes sense if this is Dorothy's dream, because that's what the real version of him did as well. He was trying to help teach Dorothy a lesson, even if it's in a spinstery, indirect way. And I do like my parallels. Mrs. Gulch, from Wicked Witch to her character in the real world, played the villainous role well. We kind of talked about how it doesn't make much sense for her powers to be the way that they are. But again, if this is from Dorothy's perspective of Dream, really helps it out. And then we talked about Glynda. I'll just tab that here with a pin. Just give a thumbs up because there's a lot said about Glynda. I think with its world building problems having a very, very big band-aid really helps keep this movie above water. And there's a lot of inconsistencies that happen in the story where things could make more sense, even in a child's mind. I think 7 is fair, objectively, to give this.
Right. And with that scoring, we'll go on over to Crimson.
Okie dokie. I shall start with my subjective as well. I will say, part of me wants to raise it just because of the theory crafting we did. It very much made it more enjoyable.
Hey, it's subjective. You totally can do
But
that.
keeping it on what my viewing experience was, I enjoyed it. The songs weren't annoying. That could be pure nostalgia because everyone at this point has heard these songs, even if they haven't seen the movies. I didn't care for both the Lions songs. And any other songs I didn't? Pretty much just those two. The others were pretty decent. Over the Rainbow, probably the best one. Shocker, I know. The one that won Best Song of the Year or whatever at that time.
Won an Oscar.
I did. So I gave it a 7. I think I'll keep it at 7. It might go up on a rewatch just with my headcanon. Objectively, it's kind of hard because I have a modern mindset, so I might be lenient on some stuff, overestimating their abilities at the time. So, like seeing the strings, I'm not going to mark down because a lot of string work was done back then. They couldn't cover it up. The editing cuts, I'm sure they're there because they already shot and they couldn't reshoot, or there's reasons, but I'll mark those down, the cuts I caught. We pointed out a fair bit of continuity errors, some more blatant than others. Like Toto's head, I didn't catch that one, but that's pretty small. Them being lined up differently, that's kind of big during the rewards portion. In terms of characters, Glynda, ignoring all theory stuff, just what we have here and what is most likely presented, is not very good because she doesn't have much motivation in this. I don't know what she wants out of this other than to help Dorothy. But if she wanted to help Dorothy, there were easy ways to do it, as in just taking her to the city. Her popping up to help at the Poppies just kind of pushes the fact that she could have been very helpful throughout this whole film, but she wasn't. She was very passive. Makes me kind of question if she was super necessary to this. Like, let's say we take her out. We could have the Munchkins tell her about the City of Oz, and Oz the Wizard could help her get home. We don't need Glynda for that. Glynda could talk about the shoes, but even the Witch of the East could spout off about it. So that could work. Glynda's not that necessary because we could have Oz explain the shoes at the end. We don't need Glynda to do that. So Glinda's not super great at her current position here. The Lion is, we brought up his writing's not super consistent. It's not horrible or anything, but it's not perfect. Tin Man, I think we wrote a better Tin Man at the end of this.
Yes.
But what we have here is a character who doesn't grow much, like, or present themselves in their goal. Scarecrow showed himself as being smart, but not realizing he was. Cowardly Lion showed himself as brave, but viewed himself as cowardly, and he was pretty darn cowardly throughout, anyways. But Tin Man, there's not much to really point out him as being emotional. Anytime he showed emotion, everybody was emotional. So he didn't stand out as growing like anybody else in their characteristics. Scarecrow, yeah, he's probably the best of the three. Pick up gang here. I will compliment the costume design and makeup department because I think Scarecrow's face is awesome. It looks really, really good. Very well blended. I did see some of the like behind the scenes photos of the costume designing in this, and they did a good job with Tin Man because his original design was not as good as what we got in the final product. Same with Scarecrow. Scarecrow didn't have a hat originally, and it looked really weird. And the original Lion outfit was also worse. So they did a good job through the stages of the costume design. Dorothy had 4 different dresses they tested out. They went with the current one because it stood out. The other ones kind of looked like Alice in Wonderland, apparently. I don't know. I don't know when the Alice in Wonderland book came out. I guess it would have had to have been before this.
Probably.
When did the animated movie come out? Alice in Wonderland.
50s.
50s. Yeah. What else do I got? Yeah, Strings will cover camera stuff. I think it's average. The practical effects for the tornado, top tier. Love it. I didn't even notice that it was a sock. I want to look at it specifically because I thought it looked really good.
Crimson, not to interject, but Alice in Wonderland, the book came out 1865.
Okay, yeah. So that adds up with what I saw on the behind the scenes descriptions. They thought it was too much like Alice. Yeah, so I'll say objectively, I was at a 7.5. But talking with writer, ironing out stuff, I'm dropping it to a 7.
That's funny. I was also at a 7.5.
So I'll match your 7. Sprinks, you brought up some stuff with the poppies being potentially the witch and the what was the thing that threw Tin Man? The spirit thing, spooks. Yeah, the little theory with the voices that might have something behind it, but it's not backed. So I'll leave it at 7. That's where I'm at.
All right. I guess that leaves me for last. Let's go with subjective. Nostalgia probably adds a point accidentally. You know, it's a thing.
Incidentally.
Yeah, incidentally.
Sorry.
It's a good movie. No,
Yeah.
that's fine. It's a good movie, and it still holds up. Yes, as Ryder said, there are some things that are aged, but it is still very good. It's very entertaining. It's fun. The characters all have their own uniqueness. No 2 characters are kind of like the same. Really, it doesn't give that feel to me. You could say like Lion, Scarecrow, and Tin Man are grouped as one. I would not say that at all. I know some people are like, oh, the other 3, which is a little disrespectful in my taste, but they're all distinct characters to me. It's just good. I enjoy it. I'll watch it again. I've seen it multiple times. It's pretty easy. Subjectively, 8.5. For objectively, let's see here. The camera work is fine. It's all set. It's all set piece. The use of what they have with the set, though, from panning, still, zoom,
Painted walls.
dolly, yeah, as you said, right with alls, is just ways of creative approaches to not make it dull or boring to use. And I think the biggest one for me was the chase scene in the Wicked Witch's castle, of the camera movements that were used there, and multiple different ways to not only give tension but for a creative difference. So I like that camera. Lighting, I can't give much to. It's all artificial lighting that raised the set to over 100 degrees that days. It makes everything vibrant. I can't exactly pinpoint lighting in the sepia tone parts. I guess it just with shadowing, but with the Technicolor and everything, it made the colors pop more, I suppose. And I think the only real difference is kind of towards the end of the Haunted Forest up to Witch Melting before they go back to the Emerald City. So that was all good. The lighting of fire wasn't exactly used. There was no like shadow flickery with fire. I guess that's just because it's set lighting. I think it would have been a little more.
I think there's a little bit of it in Oz's castle with the big flames. Just not a lot of it, but
yeah. I think it would have been more dramatic if it was more shadows bouncing off of the characters than the set lightings and more of the thaumatrix of the fire being used as an element than a lighting device. I can compare this to what? Yeah.
So sorry if you're going to do a comparison. I was going to ask you a question.
Oh, I was just going to compare it to the scene of outside Queen Bavmorda's castle in Willow, when it's all handed torchlight that bounces off all the characters, compared to this in Wizard of Oz. Of course, 50 years difference, estimately, but I'm just as an example of something we've covered already on the podcast. Crimson, your question.
So we said we were going to bring it up again, but it didn't. Did you see if the transition was black again?
Oh, at the end when she wakes up, yeah, it's the house falling, and then it goes to black when the house falls, and then it's a fade out of black of Dorothy waking up in bed.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay,
sorry to cut you off.
No, all good. Clarification questions. If it changes your answers, who knows? Might help. Let's see. Acting. All the acting is very well done. Everyone's a character. They stick to the characters. Scarecrow constantly not being able to use his legs throughout the whole movie is great. The lion, his mannerisms of how he holds his knees. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it probably is to the costume. But the way he has to bend his knees all the time to kind of fit around, but that's how he also uses his walking style throughout the movie, I think is really cool. The Tin Man doesn't go full C-3PO by not being able to bend his joints, but he is slow in a way where he kind of like a little Frankenstein, takes a moment for him to place his steps. And the fact that they stick to their walking cycle throughout is great. There's no change of it's a one scene because it's focused on the character kind of thing. Dorothy, I can't really it's someone just walking around. It's Judy Garland walking around. I don't know if that's a really difference. But all the acting is great. The Wicked Witch is still to this day talked of as a big villain in the traditional sense of the film. With this new outlook we have on Glynda, it could be seen as that way too, but also Glynda's acting holds herself to this very godmother type of happiness and wonder that she holds up to the end. And all the other actors I haven't mentioned, but they all hold up. What else? Editing. The editing's fine. Good cuts. There's some cuts that are a little off. Crimson picked one up when I believe the Professor Marvel was talking with the sausages earlier on. I kind of cut off his sentence. Mm-hmm. I believe there's also some cuts to that during Scarecrow's song and dance number. There's some sharp cuts of editing, but the editing of transitions I think is really well done and not overused, and creative approaches that they're not all the same. So I like all that. Oh boy, what have I not touched on? Writing. I guess the writing's kind of out of date. It's not old-timey words I'm saying, but just kind of
it's a little bit dated, but it still fits.
Fits the bill kind of thing. Yeah, for the time period of 39. And they had 3 writers, and it was a screenplay written, so adapting that into a film as portrayed, and how Crimson was able to pinpoint the play more performance versus a film performance of acting and display. So I don't fully blame that on the writers, but that's just something that came across. Could be the acting, could be the directorial approach of more of a play direct than a film direct. So it still works to me. I don't really see that as a hard cut that you can obviously tell what's what. The just the animal acting of Toto, he's great. I don't know how many problems they had on set, but that was great. I think they would have way more problems if it was a real lion as the lion, the MGL lion, but they didn't. So kudos to them for not doing that. I don't know what that would have entailed. And just all the birds they had, the toucan and the whatever crane or herring that was in the background, a couple shots and stuff like that. But the real diminish to me is the fake owls and the vultures. It's so cheesy and just like a haunted trail you find out at a pumpkin patch kind of thing. It just
That's a
ramps
good
up the
comparison.
corniness. Yeah, I mean, I can see those out. I mean, this is my eyes of today modern thing, but I can see those owls being at a haunted trail.
Yeah, I thought
just be insane.
for me, I actually was brought to the haunted mansion at Disneyland. That's what I thought of. Just,
Yeah, no, that I think Haunted Mansion at Disneyland is a little more up par, but yes, I can see the connection there. Man, there's probably something else I haven't touched. Oh, music. Music is great. The musical numbers don't overstay their welcome. The award-winning one, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, that's covered million different multiple ways to today, is at the very beginning of the movie, and it's a song that sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that was how late ago in the movie this was, but it's still remembered, and you can recite the words because of how impactful it is. I do agree with the writer that I think the worst song in the film is The Lion's King of the Forest. My personal favorite is If I Only Had a Brain by Scarecrow. Oh boy, the sets, the painted backgrounds. Yes, you can tell they're painted backgrounds for the time, but man, they work.
they're gorgeous.
Yeah, everything else vibrant and going on around the scenes does draw your eye away from it, which helps. I think the most apparent background is Dorothy waving goodbye to the Munchkins, because you can clearly see the cutoff in the wall because she kind of had to stop and turn around so she didn't walk into it. But everything else I think is great. The little side characters like the Ents, the Winky Guards, shoot, who else? The coachman, the doorman,
You can
the
probably
guard.
you can probably count the Munchkins if you're just gonna list all the.
I guess the Munchkins as a whole. I guess the mayor, the Lollipop Guild, but like the side characters themselves do stand out as their own. I mean, Hallmark makes ornaments of these side characters of themselves. I don't know if that's some of Hallmark running out of ideas for their ornaments, but who knows? But boy, I mean, I've seen a lot of praise so far. The makeup is so well done. I mean, Scarecrow looks great. Curly Lion looks okay. The jowls around his mouth do help, but I think his eyebrows are a little easily seen as makeup kind of thing. I do like his whiskers coming out of his cheeks. I don't know fully the prosthetics put on that. Tin Man's makeup to cover up his face is great, and the little prosthetic for his nose, so it's a hole, so it's not just like an end point. Oh boy, the Wicked Witch of the West, the whole makeup and the nose and her hands, and it all looks very good, and it's not like blotchy or like some cuts like cut to you can see like a little difference in the coloring of the skin because it was like reshot or brushed or something like along those lines. There are continuity errors. We picked out a good amount to make this film look like Swiss cheese. Even though we did pick up also on details to slightly patch some stuff up. Judy Garland's hair does change, but that was from reshoots at the factory give. Yeah, I think it still holds up. It's really well done. It was done very well for its time. I'm in agreement with both of you. I give it a 7.
Wow.
And mine did not change. Both my scores are not unchanged. So that is our scorings of The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, we made it.
And our first decade.
Yeah, first of many.
Wow.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, or should I read us out, gentlemen? Other than there's more to come.
If you haven't seen the movie in a while, watch it.
Yeah. And maybe
That's
add
my
our
recommendation.
headcanon
Or
and tell us what you think.
Yeah. Yeah, see this whole Glynda and henchman Tin Man evilness. Who's the real Wicked Witch of Oz? I guess I do have one last question, and I guess it's just because of the book. Do you think the movie still should have been called The Wizard of Oz?
I mean, I'm kind of stuck with it. It's kind of like iconic, and that's all I know it as. So yeah. But
I mean, if I'm going to justify it, he's
the
the
Adventures
MacGuffin.
of
He's the MacGuffin of the
Dorothy
story.
probably one more.
He's the MacGuffin of the story. I'm perfectly fine with it because he's the reason that Dorothy encounters all these people to begin with, and that they stick together to begin with. Even if he's a MacGuffin, even if he's a fake wizard, I think that's justification enough.
Okay. I was just curious. My mind was something more of witches.
I realized.
I
think I interrupted you, Crimson. Or
Crimson.
No.
Okay.
I was just gonna say I think something more with witches should have been in the title than a wizard because there's only one wizard present and there's multiple witches. I don't know how it would have been incorporated or titled, but I just think for the film it could have, as a thought. But yes, I agree with Crimson. It's so iconic that it's very hard to try to come up with something else.
Yeah, I've never even given it a thought, to be honest.
Okay, it was a question I had. I might not bring this up. I think this is my first time asking if the title of the film fits the film, but just something
The
to bring
Rise
up.
of Glynda.
Yeah. All right, Ryder, if you'd like to read us out.
Yeah. Well, as always, thank you for listening wherever you may be, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And as always, thank you for listening. If you're on YouTube watching our little PNG YouTubers interact with each other and the slideshow that whoever's recording for that day, if it's really good effort in, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. Tell us how much you hate our opinions, or in this case, how much you hate our theory about Glynda being evil.
We'll print it up in the recap.
Yeah.
Catch it.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess we'll see you next decade. As always, I have been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.